Just a reminder to everyone here, I don't believe that we time our presenters, even though we do appreciate the economy of words. But I will say that all of our, anybody on your panel, as well as all those here to testify, the witnesses, we have a 2-minute timer. So we're asking you, when you see that timer ticking down, to wrap it up. And if you do get caught up, I will try to give you a few minutes to conclude what you have to say, but at some point you may be stopped because it looks like we have a lot of witnesses today, so I do want to get things started. The first bill we have, we're calling is House Bill 224. I believe that's Delegate Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to present this bill and present to you this academic information that will be your property once I complete presenting.
I gotta say before we get started, guys, this is for everyone late with my vice chair here.
Okay, yes, sir.
The microphone seems to be, while they speak, picking up.
Yes, sir.
It's difficult for people to hear, so either lean towards the mic a little bit more, or just raise your voice slightly, because we want to make sure everyone in the audience can hear as well. So I apologize, you go ahead and continue.
Thank you very much. This is House Bill 224. It's a very simple bill. What it does is increase the penalties in commercial law for false advertising. Increase the penalties from $500 to $1,000. A question might be, why is this bill being presented? Because you have some advertisement, I don't want to say what industry specifically it is, but they're making all kinds of claims about what they can get for you and what they've gotten for people, and I found some of them to not be accurate. While the amount might be correct, the actual funding that is recovered is incorrect. So therefore, I would ask for this consideration, and with that, I would take any questions that you might have.
I know you said you did. You want to be specific? I guess we can talk offline then?
Yes, sir.
I'm just, I understand the nature of the bill. I just don't understand the target of the bill, so.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next bill, which is, I believe, also Delegate Conway, House Bill 227. And you can call up your panel.
194.
Apologize. Yep, there it goes. 194. If you can call up your panel as well.
I don't believe I have a panel. And
okay.
And I would
you
like
got
to,
this. Go ahead, sir.
I would like to thank you for allowing me to present House Bill 194. We had a very interesting situation today on the floor of the House where vehicles and vehicle maintenance was discussed, and I happen to know a considerable amount of auto repair people. And what they're finding is a lot of times people are ordering their parts for their vehicles, and when they get to the shop, the parts are wrong. And because the shop might burn the old parts off, now you have no choice but to buy inflated parts at 3 or 4 times the amount. And sometimes these companies won't pay you for shipping the part back to them to get your refund. They want to send you another part after you've already paid for it at the automotive dealership. So that's the nature of this bill. As a note to the bill, the term incorrect part or incorrect item was used. There is opposition to that terminology, but I do have a letter from the Attorney General, and in the letter it says to pay shipping costs to return an incorrect item. So the Attorney General does use the term incorrect, which may need to be defined in the code. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. With that, I thank you so very much, and I would appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That concludes that hearing. Thank you, good delegate.
Thank you.
I believe we do have one unfavorable, Sarah Price.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance with some concerns about this legislation. As the sponsor noted, I did reach out to his office to express some issues with the term incorrect. We are opposed due to the lack of clarity in the bill language around that term and the financial impact that the proposal could have on retailers. With the failure to define the term correct, were this to apply to clothing or traditional retail items, I assume that the intent would be to refer to mistakes from the retailer where maybe they send, the incorrect item, an item that a customer did not order. But our concern is that the customer could also very easily use incorrect to describe I ordered the incorrect size, it doesn't fit me. I ordered the incorrect color of a top, it doesn't flatter me. And so now I should get a free shipping to make that return, even though I ordered the improper item. According to the National Retail Federation, online orders make up about 27% of total retail sales in 2023. That is only about a quarter of all purchases made in the United States, and the return rate for those online orders is higher at 17.6% compared to all total retail sales. Of total returns made in 2023 in all of retail, 14.5% of all orders were returned, and 13.7% of returns were fraudulent. It sounds like a low number, but in terms of the financial impact, that 13.7% of fraud accounts for $101,907,450,000. So we have some concerns about the possibility for this bill to result in additional fraud, and we would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
All right, well, as you see with the new system, we have either or tornado coming or that's the end of your testimony. Either way, you could at least evacuate that seat. No, listen.
Thank you.
No, I apologize. We'll make sure there are, let's see if there are any questions. I do see a question. Delegate Harrison.
Thank you. This doesn't move. There we go. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Just a quick question, because it seems to me that perhaps, and I should have asked this of the bill sponsor, that the intent of the bill is for the retailer error in the order, or either that, the product, an incorrect product was sent, either was ordered incorrectly from the retailer or an incorrect product was sent. And so are you still opposed if that were the case, as opposed to the end user ordering something incorrectly?
So if this were amended to only apply to business transactions, I would need to run it by our members, but it sounds to me at face like something that addresses our initial concerns, but I would need to get that feedback.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Seeing no further questions, I believe that concludes this hearing. Moving on to the next hearing, we have Delegate Adams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, Delegate Chris Adams here to present House Bill 277 titled Corporations and Associations, Electric Cooperatives, Non-Sheet Capital Credits. This is a reintroduction of a bill from last year. During the interim, we discussed the bill. We believe it's in a good posture to move forward. But in short, capital credits, I'm a member of Chop Tank Electric, so a capital credit gets retired on occasion, becomes a credit to me in the form of a credit on my power bill, for example. There are examples over the life of the cooperative where some of these capital credits cannot be returned to members because they've left for various reasons. And so under those circumstances, this bill allows those capital credits to be retained by the cooperative for their use to keep rates low, to do certain philanthropic endeavors. And so with that testimony, since this is a bill that you should be familiar with, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Seeing no questions, thank you, good delegate.
Okay.
No opposition as well. Moving on to the next bill. Delegate Kaufman?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I see that you have a panel of France Schneiderman, Steve Sakamoto-Wango, and Daria Pugh.
Yes, Ms. Pugh's on virtually.
I see that. Thank you.
Just getting out my testimony. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby. It is always a pleasure to be before the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Aaron Kaufman, District 18, representing Southern Montgomery County. I'm asking for a favorable report on HB 31, Right to Repair Wheelchairs. There is precedent for this bill as Delegate Kevin Hornberger has introduced legislation in the past about the right to repair tractors and farm equipment. Speaking of Delegate Hornberger, I'm asking that he be added as a co-sponsor to this bill as he is passionate about this issue. This issue is very personal to me. My late brother Jay was in a wheelchair his entire life due to cerebral palsy and quadriplegia. When we were kids, my grandmother was being honored by the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. My brother's wheelchair broke a few days before the ceremony and could not be repaired because the independent repair shop could not get the parts from the manufacturer. Because what this bill would do is that it would ensure that people with disabilities are not subjected to a monopoly and require that wheelchair manufacturers share parts and codes and things of that nature, because they're very complex machines, power wheelchairs, and it is very problematic, as I'll go into later, when you cannot get your chairs properly fixed promptly and properly because manufacturers won't support small businesses by ensuring that they have the necessary tools to fix chairs. So going back to my story, when we were kids, my grandmother was being honored by the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. My wheelchair broke his wheelchair broke a few days before the ceremony and could not be repaired in time. But as I explained, because the guy couldn't get the parts. Thus, we had all planned to go to D.C., but my brother couldn't go because his wheelchair couldn't be repaired in time. The day after the ceremony, my grandmother went to Cyprus to attend a wedding, and while there, she was tragically killed in a car accident. Therefore, my brother missed his last chance to see her alive. The right to repair bill is modeled after legislation passed in Colorado in 2022. The bill would require a manufacturer to provide parts, embedded software, firmware, documentation to independent wheelchair repair providers, and owners of manufacturers, the owners of the wheelchairs. To allow independent providers to conduct diagnostic, maintenance, or repair service on the owner-provided wheelchair, on the owner's power wheelchair. A manufacturer's failure to comply with the requirement would be a deceptive trade practice. When a person has to rely on a power wheelchair to get around, get to their jobs, take care of their families, buy groceries, and attend to loved ones, any delay in repairs is a quality of life issue. Believe me, friends, I know. And sometimes even is a matter of life and death. Also, if a person does not have their wheelchair to get around, this leads to isolation and inhibits the ability of people with mobility impairments to achieve maximum independence. This is a similar situation to if it took a month or more for your car to be repaired and you could not rent another car or ask a friend to lend you their car for a month. And this is very important because loaners don't often work because power wheelchairs are customized. And delays in repair and faulty service have been connected to injuries, hospitalization, and even death. And as I indicated earlier, the rules of the marketplace are stacked against wheelchair users and against prompt repair. In a report published by the U.S. Public Interest Research Group, they report that there are 3 million plus wheelchair users in the United States. And I should point out that PIRG was unable to attend today, but did submit written testimony. U.S. PIRG conducted a survey of wheelchair users, and 62% of respondents said it took 4 or more weeks to repair wheelchairs. 40% of respondents said it took 7 or more weeks to get their chairs repaired. And in the same report, 93% of persons said that they have needed service on their chair in the past year. So it's obviously clearly needed. And in another stat that I found, the 83% of wheelchair users said right to repair would help them. You can see more. I have written more, but brevity is the soul of wit, so I'm going to slowly wrap up. The fact is, you can't go to doctors, you can't go to work, which causes financial and potential health consequences. And so it's really very problematic. The Colorado right to repair bill is similar to mine in that it requires manufacturers of power wheelchairs to make parts, documentation, and service tools available to wheelchair owners and independent repair technicians so persons can get their wheelchair repaired by local technicians, which helps small businesses, instead of having to send their wheelchairs away to a large manufacturing company. And it also makes it just life with a disability is hard, so anything we can do to make the life of a wheelchair user easier, that's terrific. And then, as I've already indicated, long wait times for repairs affect mobility, livelihood of wheelchair users, and financial well-being. And people deserve to have prompt repair, high-quality service repairs at affordable prices. Wheelchair users have found that the price of delay in repairs is very high, especially if the person's experiencing physical injuries, impaired mobility, and lost productivity due to delays in wheelchair repairs. If repairs are done incorrectly, that can sometimes lead to pressure sores, illness, or hospitalization, or as I said, even death. And so I feel that I therefore ask for a favorable report on HB 31, because when wheelchairs are broken, it's as if our legs are broken, and so we cannot get around, we cannot participate in the inclusive community that we all desire. So I asked for a favorable report on HB 31, and again, Delegate Hornberger would like to be added, which would make this a bipartisan bill. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Crosby and members of the committee for the opportunity to address this bill. My name's Franz Schneiderman. I work with Consumer Auto Maryland. We work for fairness and safety and transparency for Maryland drivers and Maryland consumers. And I want to thank Delegate Kaufman also for bringing to my attention the importance of this right to repair issue in the context of wheelchairs. And we support the bill because it ought to mean much better access to vital repairs and the ability to get the repairs done more quickly for a group of consumers who very much depend on these devices for their livelihoods, their independence, their ability to function. You know, these modern wheelchairs are very sophisticated and wonderful devices in many ways, personalized in many ways, but they also seem to be fragile. One study I saw from Harvard Health Group said that 64% of people with spinal cord injuries reported needing a repair in the last 6 months. And when they do, as Delegate Kaufman mentioned, there's often very long delays and high costs in getting those repairs. As I understand it, there are a number of reasons for that, including complicated reimbursement rules. But one of the reasons, and it's detailed in that PERG report the delegate mentioned, is distortions in the market, because the market is controlled mostly by 2 large producers who limit access to technicians and repair information to save themselves money and get more revenue from repairs. This bill would open up access to that kind of repair information. There are situations where there are like software keys that you need to do repairs that independent repair shops do not now have access to. This would give them access to that kind of information, improve access to repairs, and also boost local repair shops. Colorado passed such a law in 2022. I believe 5 states now have laws, right to repair laws that cover wheelchairs. More are looking at it because of the importance of speeding up these repairs. So I hope you'll give a favorable report, and happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee. Steve Sakamoto-Wengel on behalf of the Consumer Protection Division, the Attorney General's Office, here in support of House Bill 31. I believe Delegate Kaufman and Mr. Schneiderman both thoroughly explained what the issue is. The division has been a longtime supporter of right to repair laws, increasing the options for people to get their products repaired, as opposed to, you know, the right to repair for your Apple iPhone or your iPad, which is important. This is a matter of life and death in some cases for the users of wheelchairs. So increasing the alternatives of where they can get their wheelchairs repaired will both help to get them their wheelchairs back more quickly, as well as, you know, for less money. So we believe that this is an important measure, and we would recommend a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Kaufman, I just want to say thank you for your advocacy. You know, I know we all come up here with our own experiences and advocate on behalf of, you know, certain communities and specific communities, and this is obviously very important to you personally, but so many other, you know, thousands of Marylanders. So I do want to thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, and I sort of buried the lead, given the state budget, if I could, report that I'm very proud to say that there's no fiscal note on this bill. So, and you also have support, written testimony from the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Council and the Maryland Council of Independent Living.
All right.
And Daria should be on Zoom.
Okay, we will go to Daria. Go ahead, ma'am, whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you, Chair Wilson and Vice Chair Crosby and committee members for the opportunity to testify. We appreciate Delegate Kaufman for recognizing the importance of the right to repair for Marylanders who use powered wheelchairs. I'm Daria Pugh, an attorney with Disability Rights Maryland. DRM defends and advances the civil rights of Marylanders with disabilities. The right to repair powered wheelchairs is critical for Marylanders to maintain their mobility, autonomy, and access to community by empowering wheelchair users with the right of choice and independence to maintain and repair their wheelchairs. Our current system for wheelchair repair is deeply flawed. A small number of private equity-backed companies dominate the market, leaving Marylanders with limited options for timely repairs. When customers face long repair wait times, their entire lives are put on hold. They may put off medical appointments because they cannot leave the house, risk complications from being bedridden, miss work or family obligations, and be dependent on others for daily tasks. Additionally, wheelchair repairs can be expensive because of the lack of competition. Many Marylanders must pay out of pocket for repairs because their insurance does not cover repairs or maintenance. The solution is to establish a right to repair powered wheelchairs, to allow wheelchair users and independent providers access to manuals, software, and parts. This would increase options, reduce costs, and minimize wait times. The right to repair would empower people with disabilities to use their skills and creativity to fix their own wheelchairs. The right to repair is about autonomy and giving Marylanders with disabilities control over their mobility and their lives. Several states have established the right to repair, and Maryland should follow suit, creating a competitive marketplace that supports local business and ensures that powered wheelchair users have safety and independence. For these reasons, Disability Rights Maryland supports House Bill 31 and requests a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to confirm, neither Mr. Culp or Grau are in the wait room? Okay, seeing no questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we'll go to House Bill 208. Is it Delegate Pruski? You can call up your panel when ready.
Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I am Delegate Andrew Pruski, introducing HB 208, Consumer Protection False Advertising Digital Goods. This bill is intended to prohibit a person from advertising or offering a sale of a digital good using certain terminology or alongside an option for a time-limited rental unless specified and affirmative acknowledgments are received from the purchaser or the seller provides the purchaser with a required disclosure. I think what's also important, though, is to understand what this bill does not include, and I want to make sure to highlight that right now. This bill does not include to require a person to download a digital good, prohibit a person from storing a digital good on a server that could be accessed through the internet. Additionally, the bill requirements do not apply to a person who advertises or offers for sale a subscription-based service that provides access to digital goods or access to digital good without the requirement for monetary consideration, or a digital good for which the seller is unable to revoke access and completion of the sale includes a digital good at the time of purchase. So what is the scenario here? Why bring this bill forward? Believe it or not, many Marylanders are unaware when they purchase a video game, an ebook, or a digital product, that product may have a limited shelf life. When might this occur? Well, it actually happened to me. A few years ago, I purchased a video game digitally online, and about a month ago, that game is no longer accessible. What happens is that the manufacturer, the licensee, may no longer support or carry that product. But how many consumers are actually aware of that? This product can no longer be used. And many consumers, again, are unaware when you buy a digital good that there may be restricted access. California has passed a law. The intent of this HB 208 is similar. Consumers should be aware and acknowledge that this purchase in plain language should provide clarity. The intent of this bill is disclosure. Basically, to let people know that if you're intending to buy a digital product, you may have restricted access. The fiscal note for this bill is not anticipated to impact any state finances or operations. It's not anticipated to impact local government, and the small business impact is minimal. We have met with several stakeholders, and I want to acknowledge that there were some concerns brought forward, and I am certainly willing to work with them to conform language on behalf of the Maryland consumer. I would ask, though, with those considerations as we move forward with amendments, a favorable report for HB 208 on behalf of the consumers in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, thank you. We have one unfavorable, Sarah Price.
Good afternoon. Again, I am Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. Signed up unfavorably, but we would have chosen neutral with amendment if it were an option. As the sponsor noted, we and some of our members have met with him about this proposal. Our concerns with the bill are primarily around the differences between this bill and the law that passed in California. As you, I'm sure, are aware, we typically come before you to identify interstate commerce issues, and we strive to avoid a patchwork of policies that could hinder businesses' abilities to operate in a multi-state fashion. So there is a little bit of a difference between the requirements in this proposal versus California. Those differences have been identified to the sponsor. I believe language has been shared or will be shortly if it hasn't yet, and we look forward to working with him on this.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Concludes this hearing. Next bill is House Bill 15. And I understand that while Delegate Chi is not available, that her staff will be presenting. Thank you, ma'am.
If I can invite my panel up?
Please.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Katie Hardy, and I am the Chief of Staff for Delegate Lily Chi, who sends her regards for not being here today. I'm here today to present House Bill 15, the Maryland Limited Worker Cooperative Act, which establishes rules and procedures for the formation, governance, conversion, and dissolution of worker cooperatives in Maryland. Under current Maryland statute, there are 5 types of cooperatives recognized: agricultural, consumer, electric, transportation, and housing. While these cooperatives all serve unique and essential purposes, they operate differently than worker cooperatives. Worker cooperatives are fundamentally different, as they are businesses that are owned and democratically controlled by the people who work within it. By including worker cooperatives in the statute, we will not only provide legal recognition to the over 30 known worker cooperatives in our state, but we will also create a path for more businesses to follow the cooperative model and thrive in our state's economy. Worker cooperatives have been proven to provide an array of social and economic benefits for worker owners and the communities they serve. These businesses tend to be more resilient during times of economic crises, see higher productivity, narrow wealth gaps, and promote greater ethnic, racial, and gender diversity among worker owners. Worker cooperatives also see less employee turnover and are often a more sustainable business model. In Maryland, we are seeing an increase in aging and retiring business owners selling or shuttering their businesses, as their children are not looking to continue the family business. This leads to businesses that have served communities for decades to close their doors and their workers left with limited job options. The worker cooperative model allows for employees to buy and convert these businesses into worker cooperatives, helping keep local businesses local. It is important to note that this bill will not promote worker cooperatives over other business types or industries. We are only providing the much-needed standardized legal recognition and structure to support worker cooperatives across all sectors, including retail, service, manufacturing, tech, and health. In passing this legislation, Maryland will join a majority of 30 other states that have created a pathway for worker cooperatives to be recognized, including Connecticut, Delaware, Massachusetts, New York, and Virginia. This year's legislation also reflects amendments from the Maryland Business Law Section, the Comptroller's Office, and the Maryland Insurance Administration to make sure Maryland's licensed worker cooperatives are in compliance with both state and federal law. HB 15 will help businesses and communities thrive and reflects Maryland's entrepreneurial spirit. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report for HB 15. I'll now turn to my first panel to provide more information.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Charlotte Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council. I also serve as board chair for our state's USDA-funded Cooperative Development Center. It's called Keystone Development Center. So here in support of House Bill 15 that would create a limited cooperative association in Maryland statute. Most of you are familiar with some of our other rural cooperatives, the Rural Electric Cooperative, Maryland Broadband Cooperative. Often, this is a traditional rural solution to a lot of challenges. We lack, population density, so this is a way to create economies of scale. And we're also particularly concerned of the aging our aging business owners. In our rural areas, we have an older population, and transitioning those businesses to the next generation are a challenge. And we believe that creating this limited worker cooperative association would help assist retain those lost businesses. The SBA reports in 2024, 16,000 businesses closed in Maryland. That was a loss of 200,000 jobs. So we think if we could have an option for a limited worker cooperative, we could help retain those lost jobs and help promote business development in rural areas. There are other options for employee ownership of businesses. Worker cooperatives are the only one that recognize democratic principles, one member, one vote, and governance. So with that, we ask for your support of House Bill 15. Thank you.
Delegate Amprey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for presenting, and I appreciate you all's efforts. To have some questions in regards to the letter from the Maryland State Bar Association's Business Law Section. Work closely with them as a corporate attorney myself, and I have formed many of different companies and never, worked that closely with a cooperative. But they have some concerns in their letter here. I don't want to read through the letter. I'm sure you all have read through it. But I think it's just, there's already a capacity for you to be able to align yourself as a cooperative under our current Maryland law. This wouldn't necessarily change your federal status. And there are some other concerns that they have here in this letter, and I wanted to get an idea if you all could address their concerns here now, because I'm still worried that you just said moments ago that they had confirmed that they were okay with the amendments, or I'm just confused because the letter indicates that they have some issues with this. So I'm a little confused on what the stance is between the Maryland Business Laws section and the bill. So if you can just clarify that for us, please.
Absolutely. And so this is a reintroduction of a bill from Senator Washington from last year, and Senator Washington's staff has worked closely with the Maryland Business Law Association to address most of the concerns that they have had regarding this legislation. So there are amendments from last year based on feedback from the Business Law Association. As for the specifics, we really have addressed about 90% of the concerns that they had, and we feel the rest of them are either redundant or counterintuitive to what the intent of this legislation is.
But they haven't come out favorable for the bill, correct? They're still...
No, they submitted informational testimony.
Right, and they do have some concern. And again, I lean on the expertise of this business law section. I work with them closely. So I'm happy to talk more offline.
Absolutely.
I don't want to turn this into an academic conversation. Everyone will be lost. But I do take their concerns seriously. I want to make sure that we're thinking through how to do this the right way.
Absolutely.
I know that we are in a position where we do need to grow our economy for sure, but I think that we have to be careful in doing stuff like this where it could lead to confusion, misinformation, where people are forming things that don't necessarily work, and they're in a position where they have to pay a tax they didn't expect because they thought that they formed something that was going to allow them to avoid a tax, but actually they do something different. So there's a whole lot of things I'm concerned about, but I really would love to talk offline more about it, but thank you all so much.
Okay. Oh. Yes, we did. Yes. Sorry about that. If you can.
Hannah Evans Goldstein. Thank you. Hello, delegates. My name is Anna Evans Goldstein. I'm here today representing the Baltimore Roundtable for Economic Democracy. We strongly encourage the committee to issue a favorable report for House Bill 15. This legislation is the result of years of research and discussion between multiple stakeholders, local worker cooperatives, small business owners, legal consultation, labor and workforce development, and national leaders in worker cooperative businesses. The bill is based on the best practices of legislation that has already been passed in 30 states across the country. The bill before you is the evolution of these other pieces of legislation amended for our Maryland context by the University of Baltimore Community Development Law Clinic in collaboration with input from the Maryland Comptroller's Office, Maryland Insurance Commissioner's Office, improvements suggested by the Bar Association, and with help from the Public Justice Center and the blessing of Maryland Labor. Legal entities currently available in Maryland were not made with worker cooperatives in mind, and it is like trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. We already have several industry-specific cooperative statutes in Maryland, and we're asking for similar treatment for worker cooperatives, so this growing sector of small business ownership is more accessible and recognized by state and financial institutions. The worker cooperative business model has been shown to raise standards across industries, raise wages and benefits for workers, ensure job stability, reduce turnover, and spur innovation. These businesses survived the pandemic when others didn't, and this model is a growing one for aging business owners who want their legacy to live on by selling their business to their workers. This legislation is common sense, pro-small business, and has broad-based support. We urge you to pass this legislation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you said we had this bill in a prior year. Do you remember the bill number?
So this is the first year it's had a House cross-file.
But what was the Senate bill last year?
Last year, I do not.
85.
SB 85.
All right, thank you. I'm still not clear on what the difference is between this type of organization and one, say, that just has an employee buyout and they choose to form an LLC or a C Corp or whatever. Can you help me understand the differences? Do you have them delineated somewhere, or can you provide me with a list?
Yeah, so this bill is meant to kind of add on to the requirements that are already available for LLCs. So it's just adding additional steps that help protect the specific model that worker cooperatives face. So there's an operating agreement that lays out some things that are, specific to the way that worker cooperatives do business. There's specific things related to workers' compensation, which is often extremely high for worker cooperatives, sometimes to the point that they cannot reach break even at the end of the year. And then another kind of like add-on that specifically address investor membership classes while maintaining the voting rights of worker owners at a worker cooperative. So they're just a few like specific things that add on to the ways that an LLC would normally work, and they're really specific to the ways that a worker cooperative does business that would help legitimize how they're doing business currently in Maryland.
So Maryland currently taxes LLCs, I guess annually. You have to file a report and all with the state, pay a fee. Would that be the same in this situation, or is this a way to bypass that fee?
No, it is not a way to bypass the way that taxes normally work.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Real quick, ma'am, before we go to any other questions, are you part of the, I'm sorry, the lady at the end, are you part of the panel? Have you gone yet?
No, but in the second round.
Yes, second. Oh, no, we have a second panel.
Oh, okay. Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for bringing the bill. I actually have had a lot of conversations about this bill. I originally connected Brad with Public Justice Center and with labor unions because of exactly the reasons that are outlined in the MSBA letter. I'm generally very supportive of worker co-ops and also understand that if we don't get the law right, that you potentially create these loopholes. So I really appreciate, it's Anna, right? Yeah, Anna, the time you've spent talking to Public Justice Center and all the labor advocates to address all of the labor protections to make sure that it really is all the good things it's supposed to be and not a loophole to get around labor law. And so with that in mind, I guess, all the folks who do all the work generally protecting labor are supportive of this. MSBA's Business Law Center is not and seems to be highlighting labor issues as their opposition. And so I just wonder if you want to speak specifically to the issues that they raise and how the bill addresses them, like how you're confident, for example, that this isn't a way around worker compensation that's going to put employees at risk, or a way around unemployment insurance that's going to leave employees without protection, those kinds of things. How is that addressed, if you want to speak specifically to it? Because I feel like it is addressed in the bill, but I think it's worth kind of the committee hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to employees, this bill fits in with the rest of Maryland code. It's not trying to skirt around like how people are categorized as such. In terms of the workers' compensation piece, we want to pay workers' compensation, but the way that workers' compensation law is written in Maryland, it is currently making an assumption of what worker owners at worker cooperatives make, and requiring that they pay workers' compensation for a much higher income than most of them are actually making. And so this just really is asking for them to take at payroll value what worker owners are making, so that the workers' comp that they're paying is more representative of what they're actually doing as employees and as worker owners. And it was looked over by the comptroller's office and by Maryland Insurance Commissioner. So we feel pretty confident that we're not creating any loopholes, and that we're still meeting the expectations of employment law, of workers' compensation law, but making it more fair for the particular context of worker cooperatives.
So is the distinction that their earnings that come from being owners are not counted, but their earnings that come from being workers are counted in the calculation? Is that what the distinction is?
Yeah, the way that workers' compensation law in Maryland works, the insurance companies have some sort of algorithm that they use that makes an assumption if someone is an owner of a business about what their annual income is, and that is often much higher than a lot of worker owners are actually making. For example, you can be a part-time worker at a worker cooperative and only working 15 to 20 hours. So you're most likely not making that assumption that they're making about what your annual income is.
Okay, and can you explain in terms of unemployment insurance? It looks like the MSBA letter is saying that sort of is a similar thing, but your worker owners would be covered by unemployment insurance?
Yeah, employment law status is not changed substantively in our bill at all.
Okay, so it sounds like it's a question about this distinction between what part of their income is being a worker and what part is being an owner. And so by defining that, that's where it sort of differentiates from if they were just an employee in a LLC. Is that right?
I believe so. I'm not myself a lawyer, which is why we've been working with lawyers to answer all of these questions. But in terms of employment law status, the bill defers to the laws that are currently on books for Maryland Code.
Okay.
So where something is not explicitly addressed in our bill, it is backstopped by the LLC law. So if it is in the LLC law, then it is covered.
Got you. Okay, thank you. That works for me. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte, you mentioned the number of companies that have, what were the statistics again, that have closed?
And this is just general SBA, numbers that 16,000 businesses closed in 2024 in Maryland, and then 200,000 lost jobs.
Okay. Is there any statistics about how many have left?
No, they didn't have that. You mean moved out, just moved? Yeah, no, that
But it's
was-
all the same thing. They've all left in one way or the other. And how is this bill going to change that?
We were hoping for retiring ownership. You know, there's been a couple in our area, there's tons of them all over the rural areas where the owners are aging, can't transition. We've done a number of pilot projects out in Western Maryland where we had 20 owners that wanted to transition. We could only find buyers for 4 of them. That's why we support
What kind of
things-
companies are these that you're referring to that can't find buyers?
Right, this is 20 businesses.
What kind of companies?
They were general, either, definitely small businesses out in Western Maryland. I don't recall exactly what the businesses, but they were general, a retail store, a restaurant, things like that.
What's stopping from people in the community from just going up, and if they're closing the businesses, to just take over the business since they're not selling the business under an LLC?
They could, that's nothing that stops them. We would like to see workers be able to take those over, if possible. If they can't find a buyer, have the workers take over. We believe that the workers will be able to earn a higher dollar value for their labor. They will earn some funding, and they have better governance related to how the cooperative operates.
Is there any thought process about the impact of the governor's proposal to impose a 1% surcharge on capital gains taxes of $350,000 or more? How that'll impact all of this, and how that impacts whether businesses even want to be here to begin with?
That's overall general business climate, and we would agree, we want to make sure that our state has a good business climate, particularly for our rural areas and the way they impact our rural economies. I'll have to look at how that impacts. I hadn't thought about it, but certainly appreciate the question.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you all so much. That concludes this panel. Next, we will go to, I have Emily Lerman, and then I have a host of virtual. So Emily, if you want to go, and then I'll line up the virtual witnesses.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Emily Lerman. I'm a worker owner and co-founder at Mira Kitchen Collective. We're a restaurant and catering business in Baltimore, and my fellow workers are from Syria, Kuwait, Burkina Faso, Mexico, Nigeria, Honduras, Guatemala, and their cuisines are all reflected on our menus. I'm here to express support for a favorable decision on House Bill 15. In 2017, a group of us came together with a desire to bring folks together over the shared experience of enjoying a meal. The worker cooperative model appealed to us so that we could share in both the risks and rewards of ownership and decision-making. We were eager to start our cooperative activities. We reached out to Bread for assistance, and we learned that we'd have to decide whether we would elect to be an LLC or a corporation. We were stuck. We consulted a lawyer and still weren't sure of the best path, so we elected to be an LLC since that was quick and easy, and we decided we'd figure it out later. We knew we'd have to resolve the workers' compensation issue once we had more than 5 owners, which would have resulted in us paying unreasonably high workers' compensation rates that were not actually reflective of the compensation we were paying ourselves as worker owners. As we grew, we learned it was going to be even more difficult to course correct. We engaged another lawyer who began explaining the process of converting to a corporation. This process is still underway and is incredibly burdensome. Because there's no cooperative statute in Maryland, there are very few lawyers and accountants here who really understand worker co-ops, and as a result, most will try to talk you out of even becoming one. As a restaurant, we have to be mindful of how we change our entity structure so that we don't lose our catering and liquor licenses. Had we formed a new entity during COVID, we wouldn't have been able to receive the grant relief that kept our business afloat. Worker cooperatives function for the benefit of the workers. We make decisions centered on the well-being of our team. And as a result, we've sustained and grown our business and have been able to consistently raise wages and improve benefits. However, the financial and administrative burden we faced in determining our legal structure has taken away time that could be spent investing even more in our team and in our business. I urge the committee today to vote favorably in support of this bill, which will create better pathways for more worker cooperatives. I thank you for your time, and I hope Maryland can be the state leading the way for thriving democratic businesses.
Thank you, ma'am. David Lids.
Okay, unable to start video for some reason. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, honorable members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'd like to also send a warm hello to Delegate Weibel from the bustling town of Smithsburg, Maryland, where I sit in my kitchen. The Water Bottle Cooperative purchases my name is David Lids, and I'm here representing the worker owners of Water Bottle Cooperative. The Water Bottle Cooperative purchases several severely distressed housing in redlined Baltimore neighborhoods, then completely renovates and rents out these assets. In other words, we turn crumbling liabilities into healthy, performing, affordable rental housing. We use the renovation work to hire and employ individuals recovering from addiction and incarceration or facing other barriers to employment. And the really beautiful thing is, this portfolio of valuable assets we are building is owned by our workers and soon by our tenants, who are predominantly single moms of color. The model I am describing is, of course, a cooperative. Our cooperative now owns 30 West Baltimore row homes. Our 33 workers now enjoy rewarding, good-paying jobs, and our work to rebuild neighborhoods like Park Circle, Sandtown, Winchester, and Midtown Edmondson is just beginning. Now let me tell you how hard and confusing it has been to form a cooperative in Maryland. Because there is no state co-op law, our Hagerstown accountants struggle to figure out our taxes and how especially to do it in a way that doesn't expose our co-op members to complex and expensive individual tax filings. Imagine, if you will, $25 an hour painters who are told they've got to file a K-1. Because states like Colorado do have co-op law, you can imagine where all the co-op legal expertise is gathering. So now let me tell you about the $12,000 we have sent to Colorado lawyers who are kind of sort of explaining to us and to our poor Hagerstown accountants how we should structure our business here in Maryland. 10 seconds. Let me also tell you how terrified we are.
10 seconds.
Okay. Let me also tell you how terrified we are that our workman's comp company will figure out that we've converted to a cooperative. And let me humbly urge you to vote favorably for House Bill 15. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Caitlin O'Connor.
Hello, can you hear me?
I got you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caitlin O'Connor, and I am one of the worker owners of the Wine Source in Baltimore City. And I am submitting favorable testimony for HB 15. I've been an employee of the Wine Source for 14 years. When the former owner announced he was selling the business in March of 2024, I and many of my coworkers worried about the future of the company and our role in it. We partnered with Baltimore Roundtable for Economic Democracy to pursue purchasing the store and converting it to an employee-owned co-op, which we did successfully in September of 2024. As I learned more about creating and running a co-op, I began to see what a positive impact such a business model can have, an impact that can extend far beyond the company itself. Purchasing the store and converting to a co-op has been a life-changing experience for all of us. Not only were we able to secure our jobs and ensure the store remains a wonderful asset to the community, but we have been able to prioritize workers' well-being, which has led to even better job performance, which in turn has led to a more positive experience for our customers. I can say with certainty that the sale of the store to an outside party would have had deleterious effects on the staff, our customers, and the larger community. We have also seen a sharp increase in the number of job applications to the store, and almost all of them have cited the conversion to worker ownership as a reason they applied to work at our company. People in the state are hungry for a work environment that offers equity and transparency, and anything that can be done to pave an easier path for cooperatives will only benefit the state and all of its cities and neighborhoods. The story of our company could be the story for many other businesses if the process is made less complicated. By voting favorably for HB 15, you will remove unnecessarily complicated barriers and pave the way for more co-ops, which will improve the lives of worker owners and make a positive impact on the communities around them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim Johnson.
Okay, starting my video now. Thank you. Good afternoon to all, and thank you for your time. My name is Jim Johnson, and my testimony is in favor of HB 15. I was a worker owner in a worker cooperative in Montgomery County from 1999 through 2009, and since then I've been advising others in a successful startup and operation of worker cooperatives. My own experience is an example of a worker cooperative conversion. The workers bought out an aging founder and opted to govern the business through equal ownership as a workplace democracy. Our business became much stronger and more prosperous as a direct result of becoming worker-owned and governed. The worker owners became more entrepreneurial and strategic, more engaged with other businesses, and more contributive to charities. That said, the absence of a suitable Maryland statute made our buyout process very complex and difficult, and my experience since then with other Maryland worker cooperatives is that they are also encountering significant hardships due to the absence of a suitable statute, including the exorbitant workers' comp premiums mentioned by others. Statutes similar to HB 15 began to appear in the U.S. around 15 years ago and have since been adopted by D.C. and many states, greatly facilitating worker buyouts of existing companies owned by aging baby boomers, as well as the formation of new cooperatives. The number of worker cooperatives in the U.S. has roughly doubled in the last 15 years, and the majority of these new cooperatives were founded by economically disadvantaged people seeking to escape poverty and build generational wealth. Other nations have experienced substantial economic benefit and resilience in regions where supportive policies are in place and worker cooperatives have proliferated. Over the past several years, the Baltimore Roundtable for Economic Democracy has been collaborating with worker cooperatives and relevant stakeholders to iron out the details of this bill. This is why I believe that HB 15 will significantly benefit these Maryland small businesses and the Maryland economy overall. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. Vincent Green.
I'm muting myself and I'm trying to get my camera on. I am ready. Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Vincent Green and I strongly support the favorable decision of HB 15. I'm a worker owner and an event director in Baltimore City for a staple brand ice cream company called Taharka Brothers Ice Cream. I'm dedicated to making positive change by serving our award-winning ice cream to our community and supporters and providing employment and opportunities to amazing and bright employees and managers that have future ownership of our staple brand in our city and also be able to own equity and bring equal wage to their household. I have been working with this company since 2010 as a freshman in high school. Many years, our goal and our dream of the company was becoming a co-op. In 2020 was the year that we were able to be a co-op. Unfortunately, the legal journeys to attaining this was long and challenging to obtain, but luckily for the support from our local chapter, BRID, they was able to provide us with all the legal knowledge and financial support to obtain this opportunity. I'm a huge believer in the power of a worker-owner co-op, and I'm confident that this bill will help streamline the legal process for also other aspiring worker-owned enterprises and make it easier for others to achieve this meaningful goal without having any hurdles.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much, sir. And I believe that does conclude the hearing on this bill. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Next bill we have is Delegate Pruski, House Bill 107. Do you have a panel, sir?
We good? Good afternoon.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Economic Matters Committee, once again, Delegate Andrew Pruski here, introducing House Bill 107, Consumer Protection Automatic Renewals. Some of you may have seen this and say, boy, this looks familiar. It actually is. It passed the House last year, but due to time in the Senate, it did not move forward. The updates to this bill, though, do include some changes. I want to highlight those and also remind everyone the intent and the purpose of the bill. The Federal Trade Commission actually passed a ruling which does cover some of the updates in the legislation. I will try and cover those as well. The purpose of this bill, though, is to establish a regulatory framework to govern what's known as automatic renewals. It's an agreement between a consumer and a seller in which a paid subscription or purchasing agreement is automatically renewed at the end of a definitive term for a subsequent time. California and Maine and many other states have actually passed these frameworks. We're trying to do the same in Maryland. So why was this bill introduced? Imagine a world where you subscribe for a digital product that offers you a free gift or trial, and the product renews annually. There's no disclosure, there's no way to find out what the pricing is after the trial ends, and then maybe you don't no longer want the product. Say on your phone, you order it, and all of a sudden you find out that you can't cancel it on the same device. They tell you to go to a desktop or a laptop for that same purchase in order to cancel. It becomes very frustrating for consumers. Also, when you search the business website, you have to search through 4 different links to find the cancellation policy. The phone number, often you're on for 30 minutes or you can't find the phone number, and you ask yourself, why can't I find a way to cancel something that I purchased? This is just one of the many scenarios that consumers face in the state of Maryland, and we'd like to do something about it. Based upon these complaints, I worked with the Maryland Consumer Protection Division in the Attorney General's office and certainly came up with the language. Generally, the bill prohibits a person from making an automatic renewal offer to a consumer unless presents the consumer with the terms of the offer in a clear and conspicuous manner before the purchase, the price that will be charged after the initial term ends, and the manner in which the subscription or purchase agreement will change at the end of that initial term. If the offer includes a free gift or trial, this offer again must include that clear and conspicuous explanation on the price charged after the agreement. A person that makes an automatic renewal must allow that consumer to terminate the renewal and make it cost-effective in the mechanism used. Canceling the automatic renewal, avoid being charged, and using the same mechanism that you used to originally make the purchase. We want to make sure also there is a phone number available so that customers who purchase the item can certainly find a way to contact during normal business hours in regards to that automatic renewal. If the consumer has accepted an automatic renewal in the initial term, it has to be 1 year. Required notice must be provided between 15 and 45 days. And I do want to make clear, and it is in the bill, that this is based upon a month or longer. If you had anything shorter, your bill would be your notice. So certainly that is not included. We already have laws that protect consumers from unfair, abusive, or deceptive trade practices. Why not strengthen them with what we have here, particularly when it comes to automatic renewals? I think everyone in this room realizes there are some deceptive and abusive practices. A lot of businesses have come forward to do the right thing. The violation of this bill would come under the Maryland Consumer Protection Act. And on a fiscal note, this does not have any impact on the state finances or operations. I know the Office of Attorney General will explain their position here shortly, and the local impact will have minimal effect along with small business effect. I do want to highlight, we did have some stakeholders reach out to us about clarifying language, and we are certainly open to do that. Ultimately, we want to make sure that consumers are protected and we do the right thing. And I ask for a favor report for this bill on behalf of the consumers in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Wilson, members of the committee. Again, I'm Franz Schneiderman, Consumer Auto Maryland. We support this bill because really fundamentally we think it's about transparency and making sure consumers have the opportunity to make an informed and thoughtful choice about the subscriptions they're paying for and the bills they're accruing as they do so. You know, free trial offers and these recurring subscriptions are a convenient way to access services, and I think just about all of us use them. But I think just about all of us have had the experience of having them renew in ways we weren't expecting, getting higher charges, charges we didn't think we'd approved or had forgotten about appearing on our credit card bill, and not having it be a clear or obvious way to contest those or to cancel the subscription if we no longer want it. It's a very common consumer complaint, and as I said, it's a convenient way to get services, but too often people get misled into long-term commitments to services they may not really want, or free trial offers become enduring obligations that become costly over time. The FTC, as Delegate Prisky mentioned, did a long study of this about the dark patterns and other forms of misconduct that a lot of marketers use to push people into these kind of commitments. They did produce a rule called the click to cancel rule that had some of these protections that are in this bill. That is scheduled to go into effect this spring, but it's tied up in the courts, and given the hostility of the new administration, we don't know if this will happen, so we can't rely on those protections. This bill offers common sense protections, like making sure there are clear terms, people know before they get charged that the subscription is being renewed, and have an opportunity to choose whether they want to continue it. A lot of other states have acted to strengthen protections against some of the abuses that happen here. And I know you folks were good enough to support it last year. Hope you'll support it again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wilson, members of the committee, Steve Sakamoto Wengel. On behalf of the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office, I'm here in support of House Bill 107 with one amendment. This is, as Delegate Pruski and Mr. Schneiderman described, an issue that affects quite a significant number of consumers, folks who end up in subscriptions that they either don't recall that they had, weren't aware that they had, in many cases with free trial offers, didn't know they were signing up for. In connection with the click to cancel rule that the FTC issued, they reported that in 2024, they received nearly 70 consumer complaints a day about negative option contracts and recurring subscriptions. And although we don't have the exact number for Maryland, we do have our fair share of complaints similarly. This is a disclosure bill. And it's important so that consumers can know what they're getting into. Recently been seeing quite a number of ads for apps you can put on your phone that tell you if you have subscriptions that are renewing, but you shouldn't have to rely on an app. You should be able to be informed by the business you are paying for the subscription. The one amendment that we would seek is, as introduced, the bill excludes the private right of action under the Consumer Protection Act, which means that if somebody has been harmed as an individual, since we don't represent individuals, they would not be able to bring an action on their own if they're unable to resolve the situation with the business. So we would recommend restoring the private right of action in the bill. So with that, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Steve, I see a few questions, but I wanted to ask you about the private right of action. You're saying that that you don't believe the Attorney General has any ability to assist on this, correct?
We can try to mediate the complaints. We would have to consider if we were to bring an enforcement action as to whether there's pattern or practice. We'd have to weigh it against the other potential enforcement actions given limited resources. So we would, believe that given a private right of action would help an individual who's been harmed by a violation, the ability to seek a remedy.
And I say that because I'm sure you've been in this committee enough, especially since I've been chair, about, when we can avoid the private rights of action, trying to find another way. So I'm asking, when you talk about a pattern in practice, can you imagine a situation where this would not be a pattern in practice?
It may or may not be.
But you understand my question, right? It seems like just by the very definition of what we're talking about, it is definitely a pattern in practice. So I guess what I don't understand, and I want to make sure that obviously through this session, we try to avoid when we can, if we can solve situations without, long-term costly litigation. And granted, we have our AGs who can also protect our citizens. In fact, I know that's your main job. Why we wouldn't get the AGs and let them at least be that first line of defense versus allowing people to start suing?
Well, I mean, even if we did find a pattern or practice and were able to, bring an enforcement action in that case, we would have to weigh that against all the other potential enforcement actions we'd have to use our limited resources on. And if we do, we generally would bring it against one violator. We definitely don't have the resources to bring it against all violators. So there'll be individuals out there who would be left without a remedy.
And Steve, let me ask you this last question. When it comes to these kind of issues, are these usually really small mom and pop stores that we have issues with, or are they much the larger, chains and larger businesses?
I mean, usually they're the larger chains. I mean, in some cases, there might be smaller businesses that, just are not aware of, the rules.
Right, but that could be remedied with a letter from your office, correct?
It might be. I mean, in some cases we get cooperation, in some cases we
And so
don't.
you see what I'm trying to get to is I'm trying to find a way for some of these small businesses that may make these, due to whoever they contract with, make these mistakes and violate our laws. But in the same respect, I do see your point with, some of the larger players and the amount of effort it would take the Attorney General. So I'm just wondering if you can help us, if this bill, moves forward. And I don't remember what the posture was last year. Did it move forward last year without a private right of action?
Right, the private right of action was not part of the bill.
But you understand that's generally what we try to do here. So if you could assist us, because I understand your point with some of the larger, the larger businesses or the violators, we'll call them, that, maybe that would be something where attorneys can step in and put a little fire under their feet. But still trying to, protect some of our smaller operators who are unknowingly making these mistakes. So I hope you can work, because the way it left out of the committee last time is usually the way it leaves out the committee the next time. And knowing we're trying to pay attention to what it is you're bringing up, to see if there's something we could do to kind of meet in the middle.
I mean, just once again, as a reminder, for the private right of action under the Consumer Protection Act, the victim has to have suffered actual damages. So to the extent that there's, a technical violation, but the business cooperates and refunds the money, or they're able to work out a solution, that particular consumer would not be able to bring that private right of action.
Right, but if they didn't pay the money back, if they found out for 3 years they've been paying something and they don't pay the money back, we would agree that would be suffering harm, right?
Correct.
And so by your definition, then that they would be, under your amendment, would be able to bring a private right of action.
Yeah, the private right of action would be available in that case.
Sure thing. Okay, thank you very much. I see we have 2 questions. Delegate Queen, Weibel?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is Weibel. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schneiderman, you mentioned the hostility of the current administration. Which administration are you referring to?
The Trump administration.
Okay. And, well, you have to clarify. And what are the perceived hostilities of that administration in regards to this bill?
I don't know their position on the specific issue. I think, as you're probably aware, a lot of consumer advocates and others, see the new administration as wanting to take a less aggressive stance in regulating some of these arguable forms of corporate misconduct. The click-to-cancel rule was issued in October. It's supposed to be in effect 6 months thereafter. It's currently tied up in the courts. There are various ways that the new administration might be able to undo the regulation through legislative review, which a lot of people are speculating may happen in this case. So it's entirely unclear whether that will ever come into force.
But they've made no indication in regards specifically to the requirements of this bill that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Schneiderman, just for clarification, this is what you do for a living, right? This is your job, right?
Okay.
You kind of read the tea leaves, right?
Yes.
So when you can see what the administration has discussed or what we've talked about on either side, it allows you to kind of predict the actions, because your job is really to be ready, not be surprised, right?
Yes.
And so, because I don't want to trap you and say that you're throwing stones at anyone in particular, but it's fair to say with the information that you've gathered so far with the last election that this may be challenged. It may be a little more challenging to do your job through the federal administration this year.
Yes, it's fair to say. And I have to say that I feel fortunate that I do a lot of my work at the state level, where I suspect there will be greater possibilities for consumer-friendly regulation in the coming years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the sponsor, just to understand the intent. So is this a time frame before we expect this for businesses to comply? Like, do you have some time frame? I'm trying to find it in here, and I didn't see that, so I didn't know what the thought was.
It didn't have that. That is one discussion I had with a few stakeholders in terms of when it's implemented, so that is something that is on the table. I think the clarity is when also the notice is there, and a lot of the groups that I've met already are doing this. It's the ones that are not. But yes, that is something that we're certainly open to when it would be implemented.
Okay. And so you talked about penalties, but I didn't see a penalty discussion in here yet either.
So it's
Did I
under the
miss it?
Maryland Consumer Protection Act. I'd turn it over to
Oh, so you're just referencing that?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, okay. That's sorry, that part I got. And so are you aware that there are some entities that had concerns about it, especially with the phones and that kind of thing?
Correct.
Have you entertained that?
Yeah, so one of them was like the 1-800 number, right? Some businesses don't necessarily agree with that. They just want a phone number, which I think is something that's amenable. In addition, the and/or language, there's some other things that are listed, and we're certainly looking at that as well. I think the key is to not compromise on the intent of the bill, right? Language does matter, obviously, in law, but ultimately, I think we can get to a point with some of the folks that have met with us to try and work those out.
And are there any particular businesses that want to be exempt? Are you aware of?
Yes, so in the bill, we actually had the Maryland Insurance Administration. Last year, they met with us and they were very clear that they wanted to. Also, if you look at the language in the bill, again, you could clarify it, but if you're regulated by another agency, you would not be included. So that is something that some people have asked to be clearly identified. So say you're, regulated by FERC or, another agency, then that would be something that we could put in the bill. It's just a matter of legal intent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, panel. We have one. Right, I mean, this might be a mistake. It says favorable with amendments, or was this unfavorable? Did I call you on the panel?
I thought I signed up favorable with amendments.
We were just confused. We don't need to see that like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, my. Robert Etton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. We are signed up favorable with amendments. I did meet with the delegate and the sponsor to discuss the bill. We were just concerned what the impact would be on the banking industry and the agreements that we have with consumers. He pointed out to me the language at the end of the bill, which talks about if you're regulated, but I'm going to take that back to my client, and I believe we'll probably be fine with the bill as is. That's it.
That's one of the longest presentations because usually you just say no and leave. So I appreciate that. I don't see any questions, so I think we can move on with this unique panel. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Next, we have the panel of the unfavorables. We have Margaret Durkin, Rebecca Snyder, and Sarah Price.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a technology trade association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on House Bill 107 related to automatic renewals.
Conceptually, we agree with this bill and want to make sure that consumers are protected while still allowing our companies to innovate as technology evolves. House Bill 107 would require revisions to user interfaces and stipulations on when and how some notifications are made. We reached out to the sponsor and submitted our written comments, which should be in front of you. And we also indicated to the sponsor that we would like to see some terms in this legislation, such as in temporal proximity to and cost-effective, timely, and easy to use, which is a term of art used in other states' automatic renewal laws. We also request that the scope be narrowed to personal, family, and household goods to avoid bringing into the bill the possibility of business-to-business contracts or business-to-government contracts. To ensure interoperability with other states in the absence of a federal statute, we are asking that the mechanisms to cancel currently outlined in this bill are less prescriptive, and again, referencing that cost-effective, timely, and easy-to-use standard to ensure that companies, especially small businesses, can adhere to the consumer experience of allowing said consumer to cancel. Again, we also appreciate that there is no private right of action in the bill, but we are requesting clarifying language to make sure that it doesn't allow for a PRA under this law or any other law. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I guess my first question is, so are you unfavorable or are you favorable with amendments? Because it kind of sounds like you gave us a list of amendments. So with that list of amendments, you would still most likely be unfavorable though, right?
I would have to speak with my members. However, we did submit comments to both House and Senate sponsors, and once I run any changes by them, there is a possibility that we could go to neutral.
And explain the cost-effective, timely, and easy to use. How do you want that language installed into this bill?
So it would be in reference to the cancellation mechanism. So instead of laying out, this is how a company should put forth their cancellation methods, XYZ, which is prescriptive, we would prefer that there be a reference to cost-effective, timely, and easy to use. This is a term used in about 6 to 7 other states, which I'm happy to provide to the committee. And that allows for technology to evolve. So for example, in the future, there may be different ways that are not currently out there yet for one to cancel, and we'd want to make sure that that would be possible.
So you would like to keep more broad, but, and I guess because I'm just trying to get to your point, it sounds like you don't oppose the idea of allowing individuals to not be locked in to these automatic renewals. You just want to make sure it's done in a way that the companies can utilize it and it can withstand the test of time.
Correct. We agree with the concept of the bill. We just want to make sure that it is workable for both companies and consumers.
And when you talk about business-to-business contracts and in the face of business-to-business contracts, could you give me an example of how this could possibly affect a business-to-business contract?
This was an ask from one of my members. I'm happy to get more context from them, but they did ask for the bill to be more narrowly scoped and focused on.
You understand my question, right? Because I'm a quasi-lawyer. I don't understand how it would affect these contracts they're into. I think it may be an easy fix, but I don't want a business that contracts with another business, a small business and a mom and pop store, to not be able to take advantage of this just because they're a business. Because subscription services are entered into by, I mean, right now you get them on your computer for some Norton software, you know, all these things. And I'm sure the same thing goes for some of these things that people use to run their business that may or may not succeed. And so I really don't want to, I want to make sure that just because they're a business that they're still protected. And I don't, just on the chance that they, you know, because they're a business that signed a one-year contract, I just want to make sure we're clear. You're not trying to stop them from being protected though, correct?
That's my understanding, but I will take your comments back just to double check.
Thank you very much. Go ahead next.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Snyder. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland-Delaware DC Press Association, and we too have amendments to this bill should the amendments be made, and I think they're kind of in line with what TechNet is looking for, then we would remove our opposition to the bill. Essentially what we're looking for, and newspapers and news media outlets offer subscriptions all the time. We want the bill to conform more readily to what other states are doing. So to Megan's point. Margaret, sorry. To Margaret's point, that simple, cost-effective and widely available mechanism in page 3, line 12, we would love to see cost-effective, timely, and easy to use, just to put it in line with New York, Oregon, Illinois, and Virginia standards, just because it makes life a little bit clearer. We also feel like if you could remove section B3.2, that's the sort of really prescriptive language around how those mechanisms work, that would neatly sidestep the ongoing litigation that is around the FTC rule that went into effect in 2004, or is in litigation and hopefully going into effect later. So we just don't want to muddy the waters there. And then finally, in page 3, line 5, just put reasonably right before delay, hinder, or obstruct the consumer's ability to terminate the automatic renewal. We've all been caught in the crosshairs of an automatic renewal. We want, from the news media perspective, we want our subscribers to be able to cancel and to follow their hearts on the subscription, but we also need to make it work for businesses and consumers. And we think the best way to do that is just through clarity and standardization through other states. So thank you for your time.
And again, I know that Delegate Pruski can be often violent and angry, but I'm sure he'll work with you guys on this, because the goal is, it sounds like we're all getting to the same, well, I'm sorry, Sarah. Most of us are getting to the same direction. We'll see in a minute, but make sure you please reach out to my delegate to see if we can find some resolution. Thank you.
Absolutely, thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, committee members. Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance, and we are also seeking a position of neutrality through amendments. I think a lot of it is very similar language that's already been shared. Our members do have some concerns about the litigation around the FTC rules and think it would be more appropriate to seek models that are already existing in other states. We may still be dealing with a bit of a patchwork situation, but trying to minimize that as much as possible. We have already met with the sponsor in both chambers. I believe language has already been shared, and we're looking forward to the collaboration.
And who is a sponsor in the other chamber?
Senator Guile.
Okay. All right. Seeing no questions, ladies, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next bill, we have Delegate Allen.
May I bring up my panel, Mr. Chair?
So yeah, looks like you have a lot of witnesses, so please bring up your panel.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for being here today. My name is Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 267, which seeks to protect veterans from bad actors and companies when filing their VA claims and appeals. I am myself an Army veteran. I have been through the entire claims process. I'm very familiar with the VA, and I'm sure many of my fellow veterans or military spouses or just members of military families that are here in the room today are equally familiar. We've all heard the stories about the dysfunction of the VA. The process for filing and appealing a claim can be incredibly difficult to navigate. As a result, a lot of people have made a lot of money as a result of the VA's dysfunction. And this has frankly only gotten worse since the federal passing of the PAC Act a few years ago. Under current federal law, it is illegal for anyone to charge a veteran money for filing an initial claim or to charge a veteran to assist in filing an appeal, unless the entity assisting the veteran is accredited by the VA. I'll say it again, it's already illegal. Additionally, many of these unaccredited groups charge exorbitant fees to veterans. In 2006, all penalties for violating this federal law were repealed. There are currently two competing pieces of legislation that seek to address the problem in Congress, but they probably won't pass anytime soon, and frankly, our veterans cannot wait. Veterans already have many choices when it comes to filing their claims and appeals. They can go to any accredited entity who often don't charge them a dime, including our friends of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, Disabled American Veterans, and the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families. HB 267 will give Maryland's Attorney General, who is himself a veteran, the power to enforce this law at the state level and to protect Maryland's veterans from bad actors. I want to address one counter argument that I've already heard, and I'm sure some of you might have already heard it or even received emails to this effect, that we are, quote, limiting veterans' choices when it comes to filing their claims and appeals. Besides the fact that there already exists numerous law-abiding accredited choices for veterans, which we've already named, the idea that requiring accreditation inherently limits choice is one that frankly doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Are we limiting people's choices when it comes to buying a home if we require that real estate agents need to be licensed? Are we limiting people's choices when it comes to legal representation if we require lawyers to pass the bar? Last year, when this bill was heard in another committee, one of our colleagues asked one of the members of the opposition a simple question: why not just get accredited? The answer: because it did not fit into their business model. I knew we were all passionate about this subject and about protecting and serving our veterans, so I'll leave it there and turn over to my panel. I want to thank you all for your time. I want to thank, like I said, our friends from the VFW and the American Legion for being here, and I also want to thank my friend, Secretary Tony Woods, for being here today as well. Thank you.
Delegate, before we move, just a question. So when we talk about the accreditation, that's not a Maryland accreditation, correct? Is it federal?
Correct. That's a federal accreditation.
And do we have a Maryland accreditation?
Not at this moment that I'm aware of.
And granted, because we're not talking about Maryland, we're talking about veterans, not just from Maryland. I guess because, and I've read through the bill, I'll be obviously willing to listen, but I do know the hell I went through 20 some odd years ago in dealing with this. And I know that there are a lot of companies out there now that do take it off your hands. And it's something you can almost put in neutral. And I've talked to many people. Granted, the whole thing with the rates and how much they charge, that's all something that I believe many people here are very interested in. But for those of us that have gone through, and it depends on when you went through the system, it was abusive.
Right.
And and a lot of times, if you do it right when you get out of the military, you're working a regular job in a regular life. And these businesses basically, it's like having an attorney. You know, they're allowed to step in and think about something, you know, that you don't think about every day and move the process forward. And my concern is the ones that you mentioned, they weren't that helpful. And I am concerned with, I get your point, and I don't like my veterans ever taken advantage of. You know, we have plenty of veterans here from, you know, past wars, Vietnam, all that stuff, all the way through the last, Afghanistan. So I don't think anybody here wants our veterans to be taken advantage of, but for those of us that have gone through the process, when you see a much more hands-off approach, and I know somebody would say, well, paying somebody $2,000, that might seem, like a lot of money, because it is, but many of us have gone through the process would gladly have paid somebody to take that off our hands. And that's my concern, because the accredited agencies you're talking about, it's pretty challenging to navigate those. And they're almost there walking with you versus you have these businesses that are, for a better term, carrying your load.
Right.
And when you have a family and you run a business and you're going to college, having that business out there that's carrying your load and, it's still moving if you're not paying attention to it, I think it would something, I would be tempted to use. So obviously I'll listen to what's going on here, but talking to my vice chair, and again, we're both vets. It is interesting to see the dichotomy of what you're talking about, because many folks would pay just to have somebody handle it for them, because it's so traumatic to go through this by yourself. And it's one thing to have somebody who can assist you. It's another thing to have an advocate. And because we don't have in Maryland a way to accreditate, Jesus, is that the right word? I'll go with it. These individual businesses, that would be my concern is, we're taking that offline, and that some people who can't spend days and days every month checking and demanding and refiling and having somebody do that. So I just want to let you know, those are my general concerns with the bill as I read it, but interested in hearing what your panel has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Appreciate the time. Chair Wilson, thank you so much. If it's okay, I'd love to just kind of react to a couple of the comments, because I agree with you. Many veterans have a hard time navigating the claims process. It's why my department and the legislature invested so much in helping to build and strengthen our service and benefits team, because we provide this service for free to veterans. To your point around being accredited, Maryland cannot accredit a process that is owned by the federal government. It is the federal VA's process that we would need to essentially be providing some sort of accreditation to, in the same way that we can't license someone who's going to help you prepare your taxes. But we do have an obligation and a responsibility as a state to look out and to safeguard and to take care of veterans who might become victims of a predatory actor. The VA has made it quite clear that this is harmful and predatory. We stand by that assessment. I received an email just this morning from someone in Hartford County who said, I'm so glad you're standing up and going to defend this bill, because I had 2 veterans reach out to me just this week and say that they have both been subject to predatory practices by these people who they've paid up front, got no outcome, and that individual has walked away with their money, and then they essentially have to start this entire process over with no help. My department, we have invested heavily in personnel to bring down wait times. If you want to see an accredited claims officer tomorrow, you can do so, and you can do so from the comfort of your own home. That is an important investment that we've made, and that kind of service is free. Last year, we filed 5,100 claims, helped veterans receive $45 million in benefits. And when a veteran sits down with one of our claims specialists, 94% of the time that claim is accepted. That is an incredibly high claims acceptance rate, and it's one that we're proud of. So thank you. I request a favorable report.
You gotta fix this. Secretary, did you have more comments that you need to cut you off?
No, that's fine. I hit the key points. I appreciate it. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Kurt Serber. I'm the VFW legislative representative from Maryland. I'm here representing the interests of the thousands of veterans and VFW members in this state. Unaccredited claims consultants continue to operate outside of the law because they do not want to become accredited. To be clear, there's nothing stopping them from having their employees accredited today, but they know that it would then require them to play by the rules, and they are clearly not interested in that. Nobody is allowed to charge for medical advice except licensed medical providers. Nobody can charge for legal advice except for those admitted to their respective bar association. For tax preparation, you need to get certified or be a licensed CPA or an agent enrolled with the IRS. Veterans claim assistance should be no different. VA accreditation means that the individuals working with a veteran's medical information, social security number, bank account information, and other sensitive PII are vetted and trained to perform these services. These companies make excuses that it would be too hard to become accredited. Don't believe that. Attorneys are admitted to the bar, not law firms. Doctors have medical licenses, not the hospital. The VFW is not accredited, but our service officers are. The VFW and other veteran service organizations go through the process to have their service officers accredited, and these are nonprofit organizations. If they can do it, why can't these multi-million-dollar companies? Why? Because they choose to skirt the law. It should not matter that they claim some veterans willingly go and choose their services, or even that some of their clients are supposedly satisfied with the results of these unaccredited companies. We do not legislate based on Yelp reviews. Companies operating outside the law must be reined in. It's the right and responsible thing to do to require anyone who handles these claims to be accredited and follow federal laws and regulations. Anything less is simply unacceptable. Lastly, a similar bill was presented before this committee last year, was not put forward, thus allowing these companies to continue their predatory practices and make millions out of the pockets of Maryland veterans for another year. Our veterans need the protection of this bill, and our veterans need you to vote this bill forward out of committee favorably and help us get it to the governor's desk for signature. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Mike Figlioli. I am the National Certifying Official for the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and I'm also the Director of the National Veteran Service in Washington, D.C. As a National Certifying Official before the VA for preparation, presentation, and prosecution of claims for disability compensation, VFW has more than 2,300 accredited representatives across the country, several here in Maryland, who provide assistance free of charge to veterans, active duty service members, family members, and survivors. They work directly for the VFW, or they are cross-accredited through a State Department of Veteran Services, or they work in hundreds of counties across the country. You've heard that Congress removed the guardrails in 2006, and now the only people that are held accountable with penalties and possible jail time are accredited representatives recognized before the VA. There've always been bad actors in this space, but now it's just more prevalent. You can probably go to the PX down the street and ask somebody to help you with your VA claim and be charged a fee. Maybe not as much as what some of these other actors charge. We've all been in the military, we've all worked in government, we all know it's first name, last name, middle initial, so I don't understand why you have to pay somebody $4,000 to figure out how to fill out a form. Everything that goes before the VA, whether it's submitted by companies we refer to as claim sharks, these bad actors, or the VFW, goes to the same people in the VA. There is no magic bullet. It goes to the same decision makers, it's the same process. Sometimes in the cases, you have to go and see their doctor for a medical opinion, as opposed to going to the VA process. We are with you every step of the way. VA requires us to provide training every year to our accredited representatives, up to 40 hours. We do 80 as an organization. We exceed that amendment because we are there to walk you through the process, as you said. It's our position that anyone that touches a VA claim must be accredited as an individual. The tired argument that there is not enough help is just nonsense. There is more than enough help. You just need to go look for it. We urge you to vote this bill out of committee and favorably show, like your congressional delegation who supported the GUARD Act, that you truly have the backs of the veterans of Maryland. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Gross. I had prepared remarks, but I want to just address your concerns directly head on. I got off active duty in 2017, and as I was going through the process myself, it wasn't easy to get claims online. I'm a reasonably intelligent person, not the smartest in the room, so I decided to go at it myself. I figured it out, and then I decided to help others. I got accredited, and now I have 8 employees and roughly 700 clients all across the country and the globe, actually, helping them with their VA claims. I am not a nonprofit. I'm a for-profit. I'm a lawyer who represents veterans, but I do spend a lot of my time doing pro bono work, assisting veterans with initial claims to help move the ball along, and I also do a lot of outreach with my VSO partners as well as Mr. Secretary Woods' team to help them improve their processes, discover what I found. It is a difficult process, but the problem is that the business model of the claims consultant is intrinsically predatory, and that's the reason why they're not accredited. It's incredibly lucrative, but it's intrinsically predatory. They are not like attorneys because they do not have a fiduciary duty to their veteran clients. What they do is they can juice up the rating pretty quickly by flooding the claim with evidence, and sometimes they get an increase in the rating. But I have some examples here from my practice and the practice of my peers. A colleague of mine actually brought this case to my attention last week. He was on the way to getting this veteran rated 100% disabled, which was the correct rating. And we estimate that this would have yielded approximately $25,000 in retroactive benefits. And the legal fee for this is $5,000, 20%. This is what the VA establishes. Well, this person didn't like what my friend told him and decided to fire him, and instead went to a claims consultant who charged him $8,000 for the privilege. When this veteran came back to my friend and said, hey, listen, they got the effective date wrong and I think I'm owed back pay. Well, this claims consultant had encouraged the client to do things that effectively shut off back pay. So the real cost to the veteran wasn't $5,000, it was $33,000. So it's important to note that the business model is intrinsically predatory. They are not like attorneys. They are out there to juice up a claim and walk away.
Is there anybody else on the panel that we get?
This is my initial panel.
Okay.
So this works.
Great. And I know we have a few questions. I have some questions as well. And I'm going to speak with Andrew. What's your name?
I go by Andy, sir.
Outstanding. What was the process to get federally accredited?
So there are two pathways. As an attorney licensed in the state of Maryland, in a couple of other jurisdictions, I sent in paperwork. I think I might have gotten fingerprinted at some point. It's about 8 years ago. Took a couple weeks. And eventually I went down to the VA regional office downtown and they gave me an ID so that I could access their computer systems. As a non-attorney, it's a little bit longer. I think you have to pass a test and take some additional training.
Okay.
And Chair Wilson, so every single member of our benefits program is accredited. It's about 40 hours of training, and then, of course, the background check that was described. It's a very straightforward process. And of course, it subjects you to ethics rules and basic regulations that safeguard veterans. But what that allows our team and anyone who's accredited is it gives you a PIV badge or access directly to VA systems. You file your claim directly in their system, and you could track it more closely because you truly are the veteran's advocate at that point, and you can keep closer tabs on it.
And I was very interested, and I say this because a lot of us who get out of the military, depending on, mine was in, I think 98, was a while ago. I had zero taste for anybody in the government to help me with my system because it was horrible. So, but that's why I was talking to Andy about his situation, the way he set it up, because I'm just trying to find out, and I'm sure we'll hear about, specific predatory acts. And so what you're saying is even if we just say contingency or if we cap fees, it's still a problem. And to my understanding, the problem is, like many other professions, that if you have nothing to lose, you'll do everything to gain. Meaning if they can't lose their license, like in your case, where that gentleman, instead of losing $8,000, he lost, was it $32,000, whatever the math was?
It's about that.
As an attorney, now you have malpractice. So if he was under your watch, he would basically be in trouble, right? You would be in trouble. I apologize.
Well, it goes a step further. The claims consultants, being unaccredited, will actually advise their clients not to put their name, the information on. They will say, hey, veteran, do not mention to anybody in the VA that you're working with us.
Of course.
Right? Because what they're doing, they're unaccredited. They can't do that. So they will say, don't put our name on paperwork. When I submit an appeal, my name is all over that appeal. And if I screw up, that's on me. And I'm making a call to Minnesota Mutual, which is my liability carrier. 80% of lawyers in Maryland, right? So I'm making a call to Minnesota Mutual and explaining to them what happened. So yeah, that's a real concern.
And for those that aren't attorneys, there's still an accreditation or a license that can be lost for malfeasance.
That's exactly right.
And I guess one of the issues I'm hearing is there is nothing to be lost for this same malfeasance on the outside.
That's correct, sir.
And I will say the one thing I think you guys all know, the only other side, because I get what you're saying, is we can call it for a light term, zealously representing your client. Because when you have certain ethical obligations and duties versus when you're out there, with nothing over your head, like you said, you can flood the claims until they get 100%. I think it's more challenging for accredited people to do that, which is why there's such a wellspring in this business, because there are people out there that will, it's like kind of getting your credit cleaned up. There's a quick way to do it. If you hire somebody, they'll write a letter every 30 days to all three of the credit reporting agencies demanding justification until they just give up. And that might, again, we have businesses that do it just that. Because that's a zealous way of, they're not saying that your client didn't collect all that debt. They're there to clean your client's debt or your client's credit rating up. So my concern will go back, and I'm sure we're going to hear it, and I'm sure I'll hear it when I get home from buddies of mine, is these people did whatever it took to get them at 100%. And I feel that what I've gotten from friends that have gone through the process through these various legitimate, well, that's not fair to say, these registered agencies, is that they're kind of just walking them through, and you kind of not necessarily get what you get, but there's not that zealous, creative way of helping them get to that 100%. You guys, Mr. Secretary, am I missing it?
Nope, fully understand your point, Chair Wilson. You're making a good one. There's a reason why I cited my department's 94% claims acceptance rate. It's because we are accredited, we cannot do what we call sort of juice a claim or just throw whatever we can at the kitchen sink, or everything in the kitchen sink to try to get you to a higher rating. We look at your evidence, we look at the packet, we fill out the forms for you, and we submit it. And the VA knows, okay, well, this accredited person has submitted a well-justified claim. 94% of the time it gets accepted. The challenge that I would also put out there as I hear about it from veterans every single day, how frustrated they are with the claims backlog, which is getting smaller at the federal level, but it is still a significant backlog. Part of the reason for that is because these claim sharks have an interest in increasing your rating so they can take a larger cut of that rating. So they'll throw everything in there, and the VA is required to review every single claim that is put in front of them. So they're actually making the backlog longer because they are throwing whatever they can in there, even if there's no justification for it or flimsy justification for it.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, in addition to what you were just talking to about the certification piece and being subject to the discipline, much like a bar association, another part is, like the Secretary said, just the cost structure is inherently different. When Andy is charging his client for his services, he cannot charge for the initial claim, he can only charge on any appeals, and he can only charge a percentage of back pay that is owed. These unaccredited companies will charge prospectively for years afterwards a percentage of pay. So again, the incentive is not to get the claim finished, but to get the highest percentage possible so they can continue to take that percentage prospectively over the next few years.
Yeah. And if I may add to Delegate Allen's point, if a veteran does not believe that I earned my fee, I don't get paid until at least 65 days after the veteran gets paid, during which time the veteran can call the VA and say, yeah, Andy's a bum, don't pay him. And I have to justify my fee at that point. Thankfully, that's not happened. But there's a built-in mechanism to adjudicate the fairness of fees after each case, much like there is in, I believe, Social Security disability. So it's not like it's a pure agreement just between myself and the veteran. The VA can step in and say, hold on, Mr. Gross, we don't think that you earned your fee. Let's adjudicate it.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just to add to that real quickly, one of the things we've experienced is people that have filed for increases that have been assisted by an accredited representative within an hour sometimes, within a day of a decision. The veteran gets contacted by the predatory actor looking for their back pay. They don't have access to that file. How do they know the veteran got a decision?
I can answer that question.
But I mean, it seems to happen, and they're still on the hook for that. They still get chased down for that fee because it's very rare that they're going to break that agreement with that company. So it's dangerous.
And sir, I'll just say this from everything I've heard, and I know we have a few questions, and obviously we have people to testify, but I think the biggest issue is I didn't know any of y'all existed until a little while ago. I get calls. I've got buddies who can tell me stories about people they've hired. Never heard of y'all. Any of it. The stuff I've heard has been part of the system, part of the process. That seems to be one of the big issues as well, because most people think really the only way to get a good claim and get somebody who's going to go out there and really bust their tail to make sure you get, what you deserve is the people that you have to pay. So now we do have some questions. I'm going to go with Delegate Howard. Okay, thank you. Delegate Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Allen, this is the second year you put this bill in, or this bill has been produced.
Correct.
It seems as though last year it was looking to be heavily amended and then it stalled in committee. Can you kind of talk about that?
Yeah, we had, it came through the House Government Health and Government Operations Committee. I don't know how to brain part there. And yeah, we were working with a number of people who were testifying, and I think they're going to testify today as favorable with amendments. They had a number of amendments to put on guardrails, and we worked with them in good faith, and I believe they worked with us in good faith. And everyone who's here today, I do think is here for the right reasons, to support veterans and to try to put up those guardrails. I think where we differ is the method for doing that. We had those amendments. We were working with the committee and the subcommittee last year. And before it came time for the subcommittee to vote on the bill, the subcommittee asked the Office of the Attorney General for an opinion on the amendments, and there was really serious concerns from the Office of the Attorney General about the state being preempted. Like the chair said, this is a federal accreditation, and if something is already prohibited at the federal level, it becomes really, really tricky, if not impossible, for a state to certify or legalize a practice that's already federally illegal. So that's kind of where things fell apart. We're working with Senator Smith, who is going to put in a Senate version of this bill as well. I think he has a similar question already into the Attorney General about some of the amendments already proposed. But we're coming at this from from where the bill is right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Delegate Allen, you talked about, or you mentioned federal legislation. Can you tell us a little bit more about federal legislation, and how does your bill differ from that legislation?
Right. So right now there are basically two competing forms of federal legislation. One that is supported, again, by our friends at the VFW and the American Legion, and that seeks largely to reinstate the penalties that existed prior to 2006. I think that's the easiest way to describe that. And then the other piece looks a lot like the proposed amendments to this bill, where again we're looking at a path to accreditation for companies that are not accredited right now. Still putting up guardrails, still trying to get bad actors out of the way, and restricting fees and stuff like that. Yeah, so those are the two kind of competing pieces of federal legislation. And the way our bill is written, as long as whoever we're talking about in Maryland is accredited or is legally allowed to assist veterans with their claims in accordance with that federal law, whichever one ends up getting passed, then they'll be good in Maryland.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I add just quickly to that one? The bills that Delegate Allen is speaking about are the GUARD Act and the PLUS Act. The GUARD Act is one that the VFW pointed out, says this could be very powerful, very beneficial in safeguarding our veterans, especially as we're starting to see more spend thanks to the PACT Act. But because this is such a lucrative business opportunity for claim sharks, they realize, whoa, we've got to step in and muddy the waters. So multi-million-dollar lobbying effort later has resulted in the GUARD Act being stopped. And so the VFW said, hey, look, we're going to turn to states for leadership on this one. And so they came to us. And I knew we have great partners in the legislature and in the Veterans Caucus that came to Delegate Allen and asked, hey, can we take this up at the state level? This is our #1 priority as a department. We introduced it as a departmental, but we're glad to send it over for private sponsors to bring it over because we believe in working with the legislature on this one. And we trust, to have the backs of the veterans. You all will do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, I just want to state, having gone through this process, I want to thank the VFW who helped me, who did a phenomenal job up front back in 2016. Having said that, I have looked at a lot of the testimony asking for favorable with amendments, and I've actually received a lot of, I'll call it hate mail, saying that what I'm trying to do, or what this bill is trying to do, is limit veterans' choice. Are you trying to limit veterans' choice or opportunity to seek the help that they need to process their compensation and pension benefits? Is that what this bill does?
No, absolutely not. Like I said in my testimony, I view this, the accreditation, much like, we talk about real estate agents needing to be licensed, CPAs, those kinds of things. And again, a number of us testified, when you're handling a veteran's medical information, personally identifiable information, Social Security numbers, all that stuff, I think it's worth, making sure who's actually handling that information.
Mr. Chair, if I could just have a part 1B to that question.
I appreciate you asking. Somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as a young delegate, I was once mentored by a certain person who's on this committee, might even be the chair, that, when you have favorable with amendments, be careful, because sometimes that's really just another way of killing your bill.
I also want to thank you for being number 2 on this bill, Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure, I think I got the answer I needed, but all we want to do with this bill, and I'm assuming because it's at ECM, we're just dealing with the ability to license folks.
No, this is more to give the Attorney General the power to go after these bad actors. So I think one of the reasons why this was assigned to ECM, and I won't speak for anybody, but it's a consumer protection direction we're going, and then I think that's more what we're going for here, is to protect the consumers in this case.
So you're not, so we're not trying to make the bad actors become licensed. That's not what you're asking us.
I mean, if they want to continue to do business in Maryland, they would have to get licensed.
And they're welcome to become accredited. Correct.
And they're welcome to do that now.
So is the bill saying to do that? That's what I'm confused then. Are we asking to make sure that
No, it's saying that they need, in order to represent a veteran or do any work on
they
their
need
behalf,
to
they
go
need to be
through
accredited.
that accreditation program?
Correct.
Okay, so that is what we're trying to do here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so just want to make sure, because it doesn't seem like it's an onerous process,
Right.
based on what I'm looking at here, that if your attorney is only going to take you 60 or 120 days to do it. If you're not, it may take a year, and then you have to take some continuing legal education hours, and it's not going to prevent the federal, the VFW for having its folks do its thing. Okay. And the lucrative process in this, it says that you can charge someone up to 20 to 30% of that claim amount. That's a lot of money.
And so if you're accredited by the VA, you can only charge that on back pay that is owed. So if the day that you file the claim, the clock starts ticking. And once you, like, say I file a claim in January and I get found, 50% disabled in October, then I'm owed back pay as if I was disabled on that 1st of January.
Okay.
So that's the back pay that is owed.
They're talking about. And is there a state, there's a Senate counterpart to this bill at all?
Yes, I don't think Senator Smith has filed it yet, but we're working with Senator Smith.
They should be in the same posture, or what do we
Yes.
expect? Okay.
Yeah, we
Thank
confirmed with him earlier today.
Delegate Allen, or really anybody on the panel, the opponents are going to say, because I've met with now 3 different groups, that they are trying to get accredited. And Andy, you said essentially, walked us through the process, it's not really hard. What are they actually trying to say? Why are they telling me in these meetings that they can't get accredited? And you guys are saying, yeah, it's challenging because it's anything with the bureaucrat, but you can do it.
So, Doug Crosby, what I can say is this, is that so first of all, it's 2 points. First, individuals can get accredited, but they are looking for enterprise level accreditation so that the entire organization would be accredited as an operation, if I'm understanding where they're going with this. So that anybody they can hire can work underneath them. Right now, I am accredited for my firm, and all of the claims are mine. Obviously, I have folks working on them. So that's the difference. So it's like I am personally on the hook for these claims. So they're looking for enterprise level accreditation so they can hire and scale quickly, because there is some barrier to accreditation. It's not like you just sign up for a Gmail account, right? So again, it helps them scale and expand quickly. The second part is that their business model, if their business model doesn't work, if you have to be accredited. So and this is Delegate Queen's point, currently as it stands, the law is such where on initial claims, initial applications, and requests for increase, not appeals, but requests for increase, I am not allowed to charge a fee. I do them all the time for people. And more often than not, it ends up being completely pro bono down the road because there are no appeals necessary. I simply can't charge. That's the rule. Now, if there's an appeal because the VA screws up, and this happens a lot, I can charge, the VA has said, is presumptively reasonable to charge 20% of retroactive benefits for that appeal. Now, for various reasons, now there is, some attorneys do charge more legally, that's fine, but again, the rule is presumptively reasonable 20%, that's what my firm does. And that's that. Now, That said, this incentivizes firms such as myself, in a case that I'm working on right now and it's pending at the Board of Veterans Appeals, where the veteran's family came to me, asked me to help them out with a claim. We helped them out with the claim, but it turns out it wasn't an initial claim like they thought it was. I discovered an error that the VA made in 1992, such that the case had basically remained open, and we're now appealing this, and this veteran is now entitled to 30-plus years of retroactive benefits because of this mistake that I discovered from 1992. So that's my incentive to work on it and find those big mistakes. There's no incentive for claims consultants, which charge a multiple of forward benefits, usually 5 to 6 times whatever the increase is going forward. Again, their incentive is to juice up the claim and walk away, often leaving years or in some cases decades of back pay on the table.
So as a veteran, right, had gone through the VA process, maybe I was just lucky, didn't find it to be painful at all, wasn't trying to game the system, just thought I was honest about it. How much of this do you think from the non-accredited firms are trying to game the system or push the maximum benefit possible, whether that service member was entitled to it or not?
I don't want to level an accusation without receipts on that one, but anecdotally, I have heard of a lot of stories of folks being coached to, when they go into their exams, say certain things to increase their claims. I like my law license a little too much to do that.
I got you, and I wasn't trying to put you in a weird spot. I know, I apologize for that, so.
Again,
it just seems to me like that is something across the board. I mean, you hear it even when you're in the Army, right? Like, somebody's like, I got to get out and try to maximize.
I think, Mr. Vice Chair, too, part of it is, it depends a lot on the veteran, obviously, and their situation. But, people like you and me who are relatively recently discharged from the military, a lot of our stuff is digital. It's relatively recent. A lot of stuff was in service. But if you're trying to help a veteran who has all hard copies of his medical records from Vietnam or, Desert Storm era, right? I would never say that, but that becomes inherently much more difficult, and I think veterans like that are much more prone to possibly getting scammed.
And if I could add, Mr. Vice Chair, to your point, it's a great one. You're their favorite kind of customer, or the one you just described, the person who doesn't know that there are other options out there that are free, has a relatively easy, straightforward claim. You walk in, and they get a cut of your benefit. You should be walking away with that benefit. You've earned that. That's your money, and that should stay in your pocket, and that's a challenge. And if I could add, Andy mentioned a scenario where there was a 1992 backdated case potentially. We actually had one that happened just last year in Carroll County. One of our accredited service officers helped a veteran get nearly $1 million backdated claim. We walked away with $0 from that. And that's exactly how it should be. That is their money. That was a mistake that was made decades ago, and it should stay in their pocket. But if you have that exact same scenario where you have one of these claim sharks, think of the cut that they're going to take out of that, $200,000 potentially. And so I think it's just important to point out what is happening here, the potential. And the last piece, you brought up this idea of, well, hey, we really want our organization to be accredited. I'm not going to level accusations, but I think it's a disingenuous claim. They're standing behind the fact that no organization gets to be accredited, to include my department. It is about individuals. You've got to go forward as an individual and get accredited, and that's really easy. It's 1 week. 1 week. It's contingent upon our employees won't even be able to stay in their role unless they go through that 40 hours of training and get the accreditation. They don't want to do it. They don't want their people to be accredited because then they can't charge, because that is against the rules. Right. And this is against their business model.
And I'm sorry, and I know we have witnesses, but I'm just running my head, and Brian and I were talking. Here's the scenario as I see it, and this is for anybody in the audience too. You get into a car accident, we get out there. Airbags deploy. You get an attorney, and the attorney's like, listen, you know what, your airbags deployed. You sprain your wrist. I mean, your insurance is going to take care of your car, but I think it's worth like $5,000. Or you get another guy's like, here, take my card. I want you to go to my physical therapist. he's going to say that you've got this damage. And so basically at the end of the day, you're going to pay me as a plaintiff's attorney $30,000, but I'm getting you $250,000. The honest broker is going to get you the $5,000 for your pain and suffering. And I think that's the challenge. From everything I'm hearing, because of the rules set in, is it allows these individuals to also go out, coach. We're attorneys. We prep people for hearings all the time. You can call it coaching or you call it prepping for trial. And letting them know, hey, well, no, I'm not telling you how to lie, but look, what I see is ... to walk them through so you're ethically doing your job. And most people in this audience will take that $250,000 payout over that $5,000 payout because we had Honest Abe writing our paperwork and walking us through. And so I'm just saying, this is where we're being torn right now is, I know what you're talking about, but from a plaintiff's point of view, I see it happening on a regular basis. I know that I can take $17,000 and turn it to $150,000, and if they don't pay that max, I'm gonna get even more. And so what does my client want me to do? Do they want me to be Honest Abe and say, look, you know what? It's not really $17,000, and I know they're going to cut their costs because physical therapy really isn't that much, or do they want me to show just how much physical therapy, so 2.5 times for pain and suffering? Because it sounds like you guys won't do that, and I'm not saying you should. Clearly you can't. However, in my world, it's done all the time, and the good guys, the guys that really honestly evaluate your claim and let you know, look, it's only 10%, that's what you get. But the hustlers, they get their clients a lot of money, and you see their billboards everywhere we drive. And so what I'm saying is, do you want, and this is the question for the audience too, those hustlers are out there, and at some point we can, curtail what they do, but then when you have a question and you're the one who's asking for something more than $5,000 for your pain and suffering, are you going to the guy who's just going to fill out the paperwork? And I'm not saying that's all you do, but basically do things above board, or are you going to the hustler who's going to make sure you get his physical therapist, his doctor? That's what we're trying to understand, because that zealous representation of your client, it's a fine line, sir, but I know in the plaintiff's world, none of that's illegal. And we're trying to make sure, and I guess the worry is that we don't lose those individuals, those people that are out there that are hungry, that are taking that contingency fee, because that's what plaintiff's work is. The more money I collect, the more I get a third. I get a half if we go to trial. And it sounds bad until you need somebody. Then you're going to hire that hustler. I don't think anybody in the audience is going to go for the good guy that's going to give him the proper evaluation. And that's where we're stuck right now. It's not a question. I understand, because we have a lot of other witnesses. But for those coming up to testify, I want you to understand that we understand the licensing and how important it is that people have something to lose, that people have standards to live by. But my frustration is just what I said. Who do you want fighting for you when it comes right down to it? And do we want to take that person out of your corner, even though he's a dirty fighter?
Yes, the difference, Mr. Chairman, is, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary.
You've also got to know that the
It wasn't a question,
system.
but Mr. Secretary, you can go.
I'll make a very quick
got you,
point.
brother.
My concern, though, was for the overall health of the system, right? There are checks in place to ensure that there aren't sort of outsized sort of, windfalls to be made. You can only get 100% disability rating, for example, and it can only be backdated for a year. And except in these rare cases where a mistake or it's been left open. But if you continue to run things up with bad actors, it means that you're going to have a VA healthcare system that is far too expensive. And soon enough, down the road, 5, 10 years from now, we're going to be taking another look. Folks are going to take a look and say, I don't want to pay for this anymore. And then it's going to ruin it for all veterans. And so we do have an obligation to safeguard the system today so it works for all veterans. Every single day, my department represents veterans, and we aggressively want to get them every single thing that they are owed. And that is why we deliver at a 94% claims acceptance rate, and we are delighted to support them through appeals processes too. And
sir,
letting bad
agree.
actors run amok is not going to help anyone.
I agree, but in my world, that's the same reason our insurance is we all pay extra for car insurance, because most everybody in the audience wants that highest payout. That's why malpractice insurance is so high, not because you want that $50,000 worth of damages because your doctor messed up, because you want $2.5 million.
Right.
Because that's what you feel that you deserve. You want the highest payout. Most everybody I know that comes to me, they don't want to do the right thing. They want the highest payout. They understand that everybody's insurance goes up, but they want that highest payout. They don't care about malpractice insurance or about the car insurance. They want the highest payout. So my concern is, do we truncate them from getting that highest payout? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to close, if I may. You know, at the end of the day, to your point, if you do something unethical, you're the one that's going to be on the hook. You're the one that's going to end up with the penalties and the fines and the possible imprisonment. Accredited representatives, we carry insurance as well. So it's going to be you, me, my representatives that are going to end up going to jail or standing before the judge. They get to walk away hands-free because their hands never touched it. So if you want to be that unethical veteran and take the chance and get talked into searching for the 100% because your buddy got it, go ahead. But we're not going to tell you at the end of the day what you want to hear. We're going to tell you what you need to know, and we're going to show you how to get there. Because you know what? At the end of the day, VA does get it right sometimes legally.
And then one final word, Mr. Chair, if I may. No? All right. No, I'll just say.
I think that's all. I know we have some other witnesses.
It's not political. So,
Are we in the right place then?
Mr. Secretary, you just made the statement that you also process claims for free, right?
Yeah.
So then why do we need anyone outside of your administration to process claims?
I think the chair spoke to this perfectly, and it's a challenge that keeps me up at night, and I know the members of the DAV, VFW, and the American Legion feel the same way. We wish more veterans knew about the free service that we can provide with accredited claims officers. Unfortunately, it's a marketing challenge, and it's my responsibility to make sure that we make folks aware. We've invested this year in making sure that there's no wait, which we think is very important, because we wouldn't want there to be a situation where somebody says, well, these guys, I can pay them a little bit and I can go there tomorrow. Well, you can go to ours tomorrow for free too. And so that's really quite important to me, but it is a marketing challenge, and it's one that we have to find new ways of encouraging veterans to come forward and take advantage of this free benefit.
All right, thank you.
I believe that's all. Thank you guys very much.
Exactly. You're right, Delegate.
I believe we do have a few more witnesses. And Delegate Allen and Andrew, if you could stay around for a minute, because once the Vice Chair comes back, I do want to have further questions offline. Jason Spiegel, did he already testify?
Yes, sir.
Did you already testify, sir?
No, I did not.
Outstanding. Lawrence Moses? Is there a Lawrence Moses here? Oh, Mr. Moses. Outstanding. Kurt Serber, he testified, right? Is there a Kurt Serber?
He testified.
Thank you. I believe that's all the favorables, and we have favorable with amendments.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, sir?
Craig Bond.
Are you favorable or favorable with amendments, sir? Well, I don't see you, but go ahead and have a seat, bud. Go ahead, sir.
Chair Wilson and members of the committee, Jason Spiegel, President of the Maryland Military Coalition. We recommend a favorable report by the committee on HB 267. Most of what I had planned to say has already been covered in depth, but I do want to emphasize that the bill would ban so-called claims predators from preying on veterans by charging veterans to process a claim or to appeal a denial of benefits. As has been discussed, there are multiple options available to veterans, accredited agents, including claims agents, attorneys, and veteran services organizations like the VFW, American Legion, and Disabled American Veterans. As discussed in my written testimony, the number of claims for veterans' compensation has exploded since enactment of the PACT Act. At the same time, veterans reporting fraud have also exploded, and Maryland ranked 5th nationally in veterans reported fraud in 2023. Banning claims predators does not limit the options that veterans have to obtain claims assistance. The simple solution for those currently providing services in violation of federal law is to become accredited. Doing so is neither complicated nor onerous. The objection to obtaining accreditation is that claims predators want to charge whatever they can get away with. The issue to me is one of accountability. An accredited agent who makes a mistake or works with a veteran to file a claim that is not accurate or fraudulent is subject to penalties. A claim predator walks away. They are different than an attorney, a plaintiff's attorney, who tries to get the maximum for their client but does so ethically. If they suborn perjury or urge a witness to testify other than accurately, they pay the price. And that's what we see as one of the differences. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? My name is Lawrence Michael Moses. I'm a Vietnam veteran, the former Maryland State Commander of the National Association for Black Veterans. Since 2012, I have processed hundreds of veteran claims and organized frequent claims clinics in support of caregivers and veterans of all races and genders, particularly Black veterans across the Maryland area. However, I have observed an increase in non-accredited veteran claims assists since the COVID-19 and the enactment of the PAC Act, which expands the health care and benefits. This has cost veterans thousands of dollars to process their claim, which could really have been done free. I recently received in the mail, out-of-town law firm out of Chicago. The firm informed me that it was aware of my disability and could assist me in increasing my benefits and compensation. We had an uncomfortable Q&A session for 15 minutes asking them how did they find out about my information. In closing, I asked the representing firm if they were aware of something called presumptive, secondary, or direct service connections. What was the difference between PTSD and acquired psychiatric disorder? The phone went silent. If they were aware of any type of VA accreditation, they would have known the answer. This bill will help provide generations of veterans and their survivors with the care and the benefits they have earned. I ask you to support HB 267.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Barnes. I'm DAV State Commander, as well as National Service Officer Supervisor at Baltimore Regional Office. My prepared comments really just go over the things that have already been mentioned, but what I do want to talk about is the effects that these claims predators are having on veterans' lives. As told, these veterans are owing enormous amounts of fees that it takes them months to pay off. And with that said, they come to our organization and many like the VFW and the American Legion, and they're asking for financial assistance because they still have to pay that money before they have the opportunity to to enjoy it. Now, we talk about the scenario with the car accident. See, that's easy to say I can wait long to get longer money because none of that money is going to come out of my account until after the insurance company pays me. But when these predators, they're taking their money up front. So many months, veterans are not able to pay their mortgage, their car payments, and so forth. So in that aspect, it does affect the veteran for the short term because by the time they get their money, they may be homeless. Then the other side is my job as a National Service Officer Supervisor is that we get these claims after they've been muddied. After, like it's been told by Secretary Woods, they throw everything at the VA and say, hey, you know, we want to try for every part of my body. But guess what? Later down the line, when it's time to reapply, it's harder, extremely harder to get those benefits granted because now those claim sharks have walked away. Then the last thing I want to mention is that these claim sharks, they do come out for a temporary benefit, but our service organizations, and the chairman mentioned he never heard of us, we've been around for over 100 years. We're here for the entire duration of the claim, the increase, the appeal. We even litigate in front of a federal law judge for the veteran. So at no cost. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no questions, that completes this panel. I want to thank you all. Next, we'll go to favorable with amendments. I have 4 witnesses. Ashley Barry, Bernie Marzik, Bruce Bariano, and William Taylor.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, Bernie Marzik from Cornerstone Government Affairs here today on behalf of Veterans Guardian. Thank you for the opportunity to support with amendments House Bill 267. Veterans Guardian is a disability claim consulting company that's owned by veterans and employs veterans and their families to serve veterans and their families. Veterans Guardian served more than 30,000 veterans across the country, and including nearing 2,000 vets here in Maryland. We're here today supporting House Bill 267 with amendments to ensure the veterans continue to have this choice to use companies like Veterans Guardian as they file their claims. We've also provided several amendments in our written testimony to ensure safeguards can be put in place. This bill was heard last year, as was mentioned. We continue to offer these. We do believe that there are safeguards that need to be put in place and can be put in place while retaining this choice for the veterans who choose to use this service. I can draw your attention to our written testimony, and these amendments are listed out on page 2 of that. We've also brought Bill Taylor here today. Bill is the Chief Operating Officer of Veterans Guardian, and he'll be happy to provide more background on this process and answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you. Good. Don't touch it. Just leave it on.
Good afternoon. My name is William Taylor. I'm a 23-year Army veteran and the CEO of Veterans Guardian VA Claim Consulting. I share the concerns that were addressed by the folks that spoke before. There are predatory actors out there. There are predatory activities taking on, and we do need to address those. I'm coming to you as an industry representative wanting to pursue that objective. Our disagreement with the current language in the bill is we believe it takes a sledgehammer to a problem that really needs a scalpel. Instead of just getting rid of the entire private sector space, let's identify the practices that we don't like and let's legislate against them. Things like requiring fees to be contingent. I heard a lot of talk about upfront non-recoverable fees. Let's legislate against them. Putting a fee cap in place, requiring that when a private company works with an individual, they have to inform them that there are free services available, which is a practice that my company has been using for since we've been operating. Not allowing us to use in-house doctors to provide secondary medical opinions, requiring us to use third-party independent physicians, not allowing us to have overseas call centers. There's a host of things that we can do to provide the protections that are necessary while still maintaining the veterans' freedom of choice on how they pursue their claim. 70% of my clients come to me after having used one of the free services. Where do they go if you take me out of this space? Two other issues I would like to address, and I can go into more detail. We fundamentally disagree with the assertion that we are operating in violation of federal law. If you read the law as it was changed in 2006, we are in compliance with that law, and we are trying to get accredited, but accreditation does not allow us to fully serve our veterans the way we believe they need to be. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Barry. I'm a Senior Vice President of Communications for the National Association for Veteran Rights. We are a national trade association dedicated to promoting ethical and transparent business practices among companies serving the service-disabled veteran community, including organizations such as Veterans Guardian. At NAVR, we establish certification standards to ensure companies provide excellent service for reasonable fees that veterans are willing to pay. House Bill 267, with the proposed amendments we set forth, is crucial for protecting veterans. The bill, as amended, aligns with NAVR's mission to uphold ethical standards and advocate for veteran choice and veteran-owned businesses. I bring to this testimony a deep personal commitment. As a former senior executive overseeing communications at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs nationally and an investigative journalist for 20 years, I witnessed firsthand the systemic challenges faced by our nation's heroes. While reporting for CBS News, I was instrumental in exposing the Phoenix VA wait time scandal. Stories that revealed the systemic neglect and delays faced by veterans, which sparked years of national scrutiny. So the reality of wait times, I want to say, is dire. Here in Maryland, there are over 63,000 veterans and only 70 VSO representatives. So that means more than 900 veterans for every one VSO representative. And nearly 40% of claims in this state are pending for more than 4 months. These delays are not just bureaucratic inconveniences. They can have devastating consequences, including the tragic loss of life. I have reported on suicides of veterans because their claims were left on hold, forgotten, or denied. Again, deeply personal to me. So I believe that this legislation strikes an important balance, encouraging veterans to seek the expert support while holding service providers to the highest ethical standards. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of Veteran Benefits Guide in strong support of this bill, but with substantial amendments. I adopted testimony given by the 3 previous witnesses in the sake of time. But let me say, it's very unfortunate that companies like my client and the others have been suggestively maligned as bad actors. You all are the Economic Matters Committee. You deal with trade, commerce, and business regulations every day. There are good people, honorable people, and bad people. And you're to legislate against the bad people, and that's what we want to do. My client is a former United States Marine veteran, worked for the Veterans Administration. He's not trying to screw veterans in the company that he operates and the services that he provides. So please, let's aggressively and fully, as was indicated, adopt full amendments. You'll see on the second page of this gentleman's testimony so much that needs to be added to this bill to really fully circle and protect the veteran. The veteran wants free services? Fine. They want to go to the Veterans Administration? Fine. But like everybody else, people should have choices. And passing this bill, you are hurting veterans, taking their choices away. And with the guardrails, I'll just say in conclusion, they will have protected choices to knowledgeably and intelligently decide how they want their veteran claim to be handled. So please, let's take the time and effort and really work and put a lot of amendments on this and really make it a model piece of legislation for not only veterans, but in the state, the United States. Thank you very much.
So accreditation takes you out of the space of helping veterans file claims? Is that was the?
Yes, when I look at a veteran, when they come to me, I want to look at 3 pillars. I first want to look for things that they should have claimed that they didn't. I'm going to review medical records, service records, and identify opportunities. If I'm accredited, I cannot assist with that for a fee. Second pillar I'm looking for is secondary conditions. You're rated for your back. I now have issues with my leg. If I'm an accredited agent, I can't help with that for a fee either. The only thing that I can assist with is something that you've been previously denied for as an accredited agent. And so we believe that I am providing a better service to my veterans operating as an unaccredited entity because it allows me to look at them holistically and address all 3 pillars of their opportunities for claims. Now,
we do that as a state, though, with like rehabilitation patients, and we have accreditation all throughout as far as housing, hospital beds, those type of things, and it doesn't seem to have inhibited or prohibited people from providing those services. So I'm trying to find the link and why you should not have to have the same parity.
So prior to 2006, the way the law read is that no one could assist a veteran for a fee unless they were accredited. That means even the lawyers were not allowed to provide assistance. In 2006, they moved the line back a little bit, and they changed the language in the bill to read that you can't assist as an agent or attorney without being recognized by the VA. When they did that, when agents or attorneys operate, they then restricted them as an agent or attorney to only be able to charge a fee to assist with appeal work. We are working at the federal level to try and get that law amended that allows an accredited agent to charge a fee at any step of the process, but then put safeguards in place very similar to what we're proposing here to allow an agent to assist a veteran at any step of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding in listening to the sponsor of the bill say clearly that this bill does not limit choice. It only seeks to provide guardrails on the process, making sure that certification is obtained. So I'm trying to figure out, and this is my question, so you're saying that this bill as written takes away your opportunity to help veterans. You cannot help veterans based on the way the bill is written.
That is correct. Because what happens is,
Because, I mean, well, I mean, that was just the question. That was it. So you're saying it does take away your right?
if this
even
bill
though-
passes, I will no longer assist veterans in the state of Maryland.
Okay.
Not because I don't want to, because it will be illegal. And it is currently not illegal for me to assist, contrary to what was stated previously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my question is related to your ability to operate. So were any of your companies operating in Maryland prior to 2006? Because you said it wasn't until 2006 where the federal law said everybody had to be accredited. So we didn't have that law prior to 2006. Is that my understanding?
No, prior to 2006, no one could assist a veteran unless they were.
Unless they were accredited, right? And if you're accredited, you have to follow this rule that your initial intake has to be free, right? Correct? That's one of the big differences when you're accredited.
Yes.
So that would suggest to me if you were serving before 2006, you had to be accredited. Am I missing something?
Yeah, there was no, prior to 2006, there was really no one in this industry on the private side. It was.
So none of you were operating prior to 2006? That was my first question.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, so none of you were operating here prior to 2006? No. Okay, that's question one. All right, so you all came in after 2006 when this accreditation was lifted, and so you started operating here. Are there any states that still require folks to be accredited? They still have what we have, because this is federal, so I'm sure you all operate other places, in other states?
Correct.
So none of the states are requiring this accreditation?
There are, to my knowledge, there are 3 other states that have passed a version of this bill. The states of New Jersey, Maine, and Vermont, I believe, is the 3rd, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
One state has passed a version of the guardrails that we are proposing, that is the state of Louisiana. We also believe that there are probably a half dozen to a dozen more states that are primed to pass a bill similar to what we're recommending here. Virginia, Tennessee, Florida, Texas are 5 that come to mind right away that we believe are going to go down the consumer protection path that we're recommending. Now, we are challenging the law that was passed in New Jersey. We believe that it's unconstitutional, that it limits freedom of speech, my First Amendment rights as a company, as well as the First Amendment rights of our clients to exchange information, because we do not act. So the reason that we remain in compliance with federal law is I do not become the veteran's agent before the VA. The law requires me to be accredited to be an agent or attorney. All I am doing is acting as a consultant to help the veteran navigate the system on their own behalf. I'm there to help develop medical evidence. I'm there to help develop their claim packet, figure out what they're eligible for, help prepare them for any exams that they may have. But I do not act as their agent. I never represent them before the VA. We are merely exchanging information under the premises of the First Amendment and our right to do that.
Okay, could I ask Veterans Guardian and Veterans Benefit Guide, what's the business model for you all? Or do you act as agents or not, or?
No, I'm Veterans Guardian. We do not act as agents.
Okay.
So our business model is we work strictly on a contingent basis. We do not collect a fee from a veteran unless they get an increase in their compensation. That is one of the things that we are recommending gets legislated in this bill. And so that way, a veteran is never going to be financially disadvantaged after using our services.
Gotcha.
Any fee that gets paid to us is going to be done so with new benefits that they did not have before.
And when do you start getting paid?
We do not collect a fee unless the veteran has an increase in their financial benefits from the VA. And then we provide 3 payment options. They can do a lump sum with a 10% discount. They can pay it out over 5 months or over 10 months, no interest. That is a one-time fee. We do not touch back pay. And once the veteran has paid our fee, they enjoy those benefits for the rest of their life.
Okay. The
Delegate.
other two, how do you operate?
Delegate, we're just another private company analogous.
So you don't act as their agent as well?
Yes, we do. Our fee arrangement is we don't get paid at all until after the matter is concluded and the veteran succeeds. And it's a one-time payment for the lifetime of the benefits that are received. So there's no fee whatsoever unless the veteran succeeds in what is
So it's all
attempted to be
contingency
accomplished.
based?
Excuse
Okay.
me? Yes.
All contingency based?
Yes.
And then the other, was it
And
Napa?
we represent both companies.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sir, I'm a former 19 Kilo, so I'm a former tanker.
I'm a
1A2
19 Delta.
tanker, right. Okay, cool. And so I hear a lot of boom, boom, so I may have some hearing loss here, but I don't think I ever heard, why don't you want to get accredited?
I do want to become accredited. The problem is that current accreditation rules only allow me to charge a fee to help with one pillar of the assistance that we want to provide veterans, and that's appeal work. We believe in looking at a veteran holistically and helping them not only look at things that they can appeal, but also initial claims that they're eligible for as well. And so as an accredited agent, if I were to get accredited under the current rules, I could not help with those first 2 pillars for a fee. And that doesn't allow me to operate as a business. We are trying, the PLUS Act, which was talked about earlier, is the federal bill that's being pushed by General Jack Bergman out of Michigan, the highest ranking military officer to ever serve in Congress, is supporting a bill that would reform accreditation. It would allow us to charge a fee at any step of the process, would require us to get accredited, but would put guardrails in place to protect veterans.
And Mr. Vice Chair, alibi. So what's your I know, right? Cool. What's your fees for veterans?
So there is no upfront fee. The veteran only pays us a fee on a contingent successful outcome of their claim. We define a contingent successful outcome as an increase in their monetary benefits.
So what is your
Yeah, so if a veteran gets an increase, our fee is 5 times the monthly increase. So if a veteran comes to me at 50% making $1,000 a month from the VA, and we get them to 80, and they're now making roughly $1,500, my fee is 5 times that $500 difference, so it would be $2,500. They do not get charged that fee until we validated they're getting their new pay from the VA. They can do 3 payment plans, a lump sum with a 10% discount. They can pay it out over 5 months, or they can pay it out over 10 months. We do not touch back pay. We never charge any interest on those payment plans, and it is a one-time fee, and once it's paid, we do not collect any further funds, and we agree to represent that client at any point in the future if the VA challenges them for no additional charge.
And finally, I see that you have some written testimony here that says that some guardrails would be a fee cap. So what would be a reasonable fee cap for your agency?
What is currently in the federal bill, and we've matched here, is a $12,500 fee cap. My average fee is about $4,000. My average veteran's getting about $900 more a month. That's kind of where we see things. Those larger fees are very rare. We don't see them at all.
And is that a one-time fee, or is that over time?
No,
Delegate Johnson. My client would be a 1% on the lifetime of the benefit. One-time payment.
One-time payment.
1% of the lifetime of the benefit.
Okay.
If there's a success. If there's no success, there'd be no fee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question, you mentioned, I think someone mentioned about providing at least an oral disclosure to the client as it relates to the opportunity to go to the Maryland Secretary's office and have
Absolutely.
the same services for free?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So what our company does right now is we have a one-page form called Your Claim, Your Choice. It's 5 simple bullet comments. I'm aware there's free services available, and here is the VA link to go find them. I'm aware that I can do the claim on my own. I'm aware that I can be successful using the free services or doing it on my own. I'm aware that you're not accredited, and I'm aware that you charge a fee. That veteran has to initial by each one of those. It's not buried in a 30-page contract. We would require that disclosure as one of the
Is it
provisions.
explained to them, though, or is it just provided to them? Because I know for me, I get a lot of these things online, and, you know, they're so long. You
So
don't
I
wanna
can only
wait and-
speak for my company's practices. We fully explain this. It's one of the first things we tell them. I go through about.
But you're not required to do that.
I'm not. I'm doing that voluntarily.
Currently, under Maryland law, it's not required.
Correct.
We explain it, and you could require that in the
So
legislation.
then the question is if the Secretary's office will do it for free, and I have no doubt that they will, why are they going to you?
So I
If
can.
it is really explained to them, I'm confused.
So I can tell you 70% of my clients are coming to me after having utilized one of the free services.
Yep.
We went through 6 months of decision letters. And
But what's the sales spiel that you're giving them that you're?
I don't give them a sales spiel. They're coming to me because for whatever reason, that free service was not meeting their needs.
Okay.
And there's a host of different reasons for that. I don't need to sell them on it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick one. I'm crawling through your website now, and I noticed the link to the free services. My question was a little bit more to Delegate Fishers, but a little bit more in depth. When you disclose that there are free services available, do you preempt that conversation with a comparison between the benefits collected by those free services versus your service?
We do not.
Okay.
Just an interesting note, I go through about 10,000 calls a month, and I only convert about a third of them to clients.
Okay.
The rest of them, many of them are making the choice to go use the free service. A lot of them, once we've done the analysis and we've looked at the evidence, we've identified that the evidence doesn't support a claim. We're an evidence-based organization. I can't commit fraud. If I'm committing fraud, you can come after me right now. If I'm helping to put in fraudulent claims, juicing up claims, making them look better, why would I do that?
Right. Very quickly, Mr. Bariano, you said you collect 1% over the life of the benefit. How is
Yes.
that calculated? Over the life of the
1% of whatever.
For life?
Yeah, the lifetime receipt of money that the veteran receives. I could get into specifics and go back to my client, but I know that's what they charge.
What we did was we took the average age of our clients, average age of based on life expectancy, and looked at how much we charge and how much percentage that would be on our average client over time. For some clients, will it be more? Yes. For some clients, it'll be less. But on average, our fee is about 1% of the lifetime of benefits.
It's actuarial.
Yeah, based on actuarial tables.
I thought you said it was just 3 different types of fees, like, or payment plans.
No, I'm just saying the total amount of the fee, regardless of which plan they choose, ends up being about 1% of the lifetime of benefits.
Okay. I'm tracking. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
You got it, Bruce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to the unfavorable. James Thomas. No? Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. What? I don't know what's going on right now. I think that's the next bill. Go ahead, sir, when ready.
Oh, yes, good afternoon, Vice Chairman Crosby. My name is James Thomas, and I'm the Maryland Legislative Director representing the Brotherhood Maintenance of Way employees for rail labor, also an Army veteran. And I'm here this afternoon to oppose House Bill HB 267 as is currently written. Veterans across the state will benefit from private experts' support and information to help them make sure the best choices are made for themselves and their families. BMWE has been working with the Veterans Guardian to educate our railroad members on the full range of options available, free of charge and for a fee. The Brotherhood Maintenance of Way strongly support Delegate Allen's commitment to protecting our veterans and believes that the bill does not go far enough in some areas as it is written right now. House Bill 267 has currently written prohibits the services of honorable for-profit companies like Veterans Guardian for serving veterans in Maryland. As the Maryland Legislative Director for the BMWE International Brotherhood of Teamsters, many of our members from other states have benefited from Veterans Guardian and have achieved an increase in their rating. The free services offered by our Veterans Services process is complicated and frustrating. Maryland House Bill, as it is written now, is complicated and requires far more understanding. Maryland veterans deserve a choice, and the BMWE members in Maryland deserve the option to use companies like Veterans Guardian. I strongly urge you to vote against Maryland House Bill 267 as it is written and support Delegate Allen's request to support the veterans and give them choices like Veterans Guardian. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Seeing no questions, I think that concludes this bill hearing. We're here for our last bill hearing today. Delegate Morgan. And we appreciate the tons of witnesses that you have brought with at the end of the day. Much appreciated, Todd. You want to bring your panel up? That'd be great.
Will my panel please come up? Get up here. Time's a wasting. Do what? Thank you. So before I start, thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and the rest of the committee members for being here today. And you did talk about witnesses. I've cut my witnesses back by about 75% for who wants to be here. So in deference to you guys, they're not coming. So today I'm going to bring you a bill that I think is capturing a lot of people's attention. And while last year might have been known for a session for fee increases, this bill looks for a different course, which is a fee decrease. I do have an amendment 703-609, which I will give to you guys a little bit later. The issue at hand revolves around an issue called interchange fees, commonly referred to as swipe fees. And these are the charges that are imposed whenever a credit card is used for a transaction affecting both businesses and the consumer. For credit card companies and banks, it's a big business. In 2023 alone, the swipe fee revenues reached a staggering $135.75 billion. In my written testimony is linked to a C-SPAN clip, and I encourage you to watch the recent U.S. Senate hearing on the same subject in which Visa and MasterCard testified. My bill quite simply proposes to eliminate swipe fees on sales tax and tips. Pretty straightforward, you would think. But the idea is stirred up significant debate, and there's every bank in America behind me against me. But during the holiday season, some people might view me as the Grinch or even the Grim Reaper by the industry. However, let's try to put things into a little bit of a perspective. Maryland business collectively paid $156,911,373.55 in swipe fees on sales tax in 2023. This is according to CMSPI, a prominent research group, and if you see inside your testimony is a link to their website. But that's a massive burn, and that doesn't even account for gratuities. So let's consider the everyday scenario. How many of you use cash versus credit cards? More importantly, how many have you encountered surcharges for paying up with fire alarm? Thanks, buddy. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. How many of you encountered surcharges when paying with a credit card? Swipe fees typically hover around 3%. While 3% means small, in aggregate, it becomes a significant expense. Most people today don't carry a substantial amount of cash on them unless you're the chairman. So raise your hand if you're ready to carry more than $100 at the present time. I carry $100 too, Cece, so don't feel bad, okay? It's also important to recognize that swipe fees are not uniform. Large corporations like Walmart, Target, and Home Depot can negotiate favorable rates. Meanwhile, online merchants often face higher fees due to additional variables. Critically, as you can see in the fiscal note, this will not reduce Maryland's sales taxes or revenues or impact the state's coffers. It is here to support our citizens. Here's how it works. When a card transaction occurs, the sales tax is applied and merchants remit it to the state as usual. However, the swipe fee is charged on the tax portion. So for every $100, you pay 6%. 3% is a swipe fee, so it boils down to about 18 cents on every $100 bill. Well, that doesn't sound like very much until you realize how much that adds up very, very quickly. And those savings, I believe, should go back to the merchants and also back to the consumer. Now let's try to acknowledge the other side of the equation. Credit card companies and banks do provide value through float, the gap that exists between a purchase and when the bill is due, often up to 50 days. While there is risk involved, there is default on payments, the profit margin in this industry are still substantial. Let's consider the holiday season as an example. Consumer spends $1,000 on gifts, but they can only pay $400 bill when it's due. The remaining $600 accrues at an average rate of 18%. Please bear in mind, Maryland caps its rates at 18%. For those consumers, those points and perks are often offered by credit cards become less valuable as debt piles up. As of Q3 2024, the total U.S. credit card debt reached $1.17 trillion, with the average American owing $6,671. Is there precedence for this bill? The answer is yes. It was introduced and passed by the Illinois State Legislature. It is currently being challenged by the banking industry and is now in court. I'm waiting for the Attorney General to provide me their opinion. But let's be clear about this a little bit. So while the court case continues, each state can view federal law differently. My best example is how we passed marijuana laws here in Maryland, yet they're still a crime federally. Finally, I acknowledge the bill presents challenges, big challenges, particularly for the banking industry that would need to revamp their systems. It's no small task. Interchange fees are broken up, so in many words, everybody gets a bite at the apple. It will not be resolved by a cologne coder in a basement. It will require significant resources. However, given the substantial profits the banks are making, I believe it's reasonable and feasible to do this. I want to thank you for considering this very important issue, and I look forward to hearing from you, hearing from my expert witnesses, and then asking questions, because there's some technical stuff that I'm just not able to answer. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name's Doug Cantor. I represent the National Association of Convenience Stores. And I'll just tell you a few reasons why I think this is a very good bill to pass. The first thing that's helpful to understand is the credit card market in the United States is broken. Visa and MasterCard set the fee rates that every bank across the nation agrees to charge. It's price fixing. And we know with price fixing, what that does is it means the fees go up by huge rates. They've quadrupled since 2010. And it is unfair to consumers, small businesses, frankly, even small banks, and I'll tell you why. Consumers pay on average now $1,100 a year. That's the average American family in these fees. It far surpasses, according to the Federal Reserve, any benefit they get from cards, points, et cetera. Those things pale in comparison to the amount of these fees. Small businesses get hit with these fees and get hit very hard. And small banks get hurt because they have higher costs, but they're locked into the same price schedule. The big banks have much higher profit margins and take advantage of that to steal their customers. That's why they dominate the credit card market today. This bill wouldn't solve all of that, but it would solve one of the most unjust pieces of it, which is charging the fee as a percentage even of the money that the retailer doesn't keep, which includes taxes and tips. This is very doable. The information is there in the transaction. It's level 2 or track 2 data. I can speak to that at any time you want. Happy to take questions. But even the industry's admitted they can do it. Cost Advisor in Illinois has said, their processor, oh yeah, we can do this by July. A Visa senior executive testified before the Georgia legislature, and they asked him, can you do this? And he admitted, yeah, of course they could. He just didn't see the value in it. Well, I can tell you that Maryland businesses see the value in it, and we hope you pass it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we strongly support this bill, and we'd like to thank Delegate Morgan and Vice Chair Crosby for introducing it to help provide some relief to our businesses. And I do have a restaurant operator here, so I'll be very brief. Just want to mention that swipe fees are the highest operating costs, right behind labor and food costs for many restaurants. And to help recoup these fees, a lot of businesses are forced to figure these expenses into their price of the products or services that are sold, which contributes to the inflation that ultimately further benefits the card payment ecosystem. And given these out-of-control costs, it is particularly unfair that businesses must pay swipe fees on the sales tax and gratuities portion of the transactions, which get passed on either to the state or to the tipped employees. And our businesses should not have to pay these interchange fees for the role that they play as the state's tax collector. And I have a restaurant operator who's going to talk a little more about that, but I just want to make a quick point regarding customer rewards, because the banking industry has been trying to convince lawmakers and our Maryland tourism industry partners that this bill is a threat to customer rewards. And I just want to put it into perspective very quickly for the committee. Nationwide in 2023, the banks collected about $172 billion in swipe fees from merchants. They collected about $125 billion in interest and fees from card customers. But they paid out just $41 billion in rewards, just $41 billion. Now, the large national banks have a profit margin of about 30%, and Visa and MasterCard have a profit margin of 50%. 50%. Restaurants have a very narrow profit margin, just 3 to 5%. Yet many restaurants still continue to offer rewards programs to their customers. We have a very hard time believing that this bill is a threat to customer rewards for the banking industry. We urge your favorable report. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anthony Clark. I co-own and operate 4 restaurant businesses here in Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, one just down the road, Galway Bay. We employ between 135 and 175 full and part-time employees, depending on the time of year. In 2024, we paid $400,128, a combined $400,128 combined total for all businesses and credit card swipe fees. Since starting our first business in 1998, our swipe fees have increased from a steady average of 2.2 to 2.25 to as high as 3.45, depending on each location and the variety of corporate and personal credit cards used. Today, our average swipe fees calculated at approximately 3.25%. Our swipe fees now rank as the 5th highest line item on our P&L expense after prime cost food, liquor, wine, beer, and payroll and rent. For our businesses combined, we collected a total of $14,846,069 in payments in cash and credit cards for goods and services, tax and gratuities. The credit card sales including tax portion of that was $13,641,099, representing 91%, to give you a percentage difference, and the other balance then to cash. We collected sales tax combined amount of $880,321 for 2024. Based on our average swipe fee rate of approximately 3.25% on the 91% portion of that tax collected, we've paid $25,955.38 in swipe fees. Total gratuities collected and paid to staff was $1,993,760.86. 91% of that is $1,814,321. And the average 3.25 swipe fee, $58,965. Again, as Melvin mentioned, that's money we don't keep. As a result of increasing swipe fees and many other costs, we have introduced 3% surcharge. And I can answer questions about that. And we ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance, favorable on this proposal. Card processing fees are one of the top operational costs for retailers, and they can have a major effect on prices for customers. Some of our industry sectors have shared that swipe fees are their highest cost behind labor. The about $157 million that Maryland businesses paid to process the collection of sales tax in 2023 was only about 3% of the total $4.2 billion that were paid in swipe fees by businesses in Maryland. So that is, frankly, a drop in the bucket for the industries that are collecting those fees and that are going to come up and say that they are going to be extremely detrimentally impacted by not being able to collect that 3% of the processing fees, whereas that money could be reinvested in Maryland businesses and used to offset prices for customers. Federal law has not preempted states' abilities to impose this proposal on the card networks and processors. So the Illinois law, despite litigation, will go into effect for Visa and MasterCard this summer. Melvin has already mentioned the very high profit margins that the banking industry and the card industry are enjoying. And I would remind the committee that the grocery industry has an average profit margin between 1% and 3%. Businesses in Maryland are facing continually escalating costs between competitive wages, high utility and insurance rates, increased paid leave options, burdensome regulations, and soon the variety of increased taxes and fees that we will all be working on this year. This revenue-neutral bill would have a very meaningful and positive impact for businesses in Maryland, and we would urge a favorable vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon, and thank you for your time and service. My name is David Marberger, and I own a small 4,000 square foot retail store on Kent Island in Queen Anne's County. I am the co-legislative chair for the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association, and I am here in favor of House Bill 29, and here's why. I have in front of me a report from my business, Point of Sale Computer System, and it outlines our total sales for calendar year 2024, broken down by category: beer, wine, liquor, etc. It also gives me figures on cost of goods sold, customer count, voids, and a variety of other information. The two that I would like to focus on today are total taxes collected and the breakdown between my cash transactions and my credit card transactions. By using simple math, I calculated that 86% of our total sales are paid for via credit card. That number, I believe, is a fair, if not low, average for most small business retailers. My report also tells me that our total taxes collected for 2024 was roughly $254,000. Since 86% of our sales are through credit cards, 86% of the tax collected is through credit cards as well. That number equates to roughly $218,000. I then used 3% as a basis for the average credit card fee that retailers are charged by processors. Again, a fair industry average for small businesses. The net result is that that fee I have to pay on the sales tax collection portion of each credit card transaction cost me $6,540 last year. We don't think it's appropriate that large credit card companies should profit from a service we provide to the state by collecting taxes. This bill fixes that, and we seek or ask you to pass HB 29. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman, so I just want to understand a little bit more about what we think the impact might be, because I'm looking at the fiscal note, and although they don't give us numbers, and I know you all have been doing some self-calculations, it says it's a meaningful impact to small businesses. So I'm just trying to figure out what you think would not so much be the benefit, but, how will we kind of handle some of these issues? Because we'll now have to, I know you say we can separate this out, and I'm sure we could figure this out, but, the fiscal note talks to the impact of technology upgrades and things needed to separate sales tax and tips from the rest of that bill to appropriately make sure we're charging the swipe fees. So I would think that may be more onerous on our small businesses. So any thoughts on that?
So I would say it's not onerous on the small businesses. In fact, I will tell you that the information's already there in the transaction. The sales tax information is there separate.
It's there.
The tip information is there separate. Visa, in fact, has a service they offer to sell back the sales tax information to merchants. So when it's favorable financially to them, it's easy. They tell merchants you don't have to do anything, you don't need any new equipment. When it's favorable to the merchant financially, they say it's really hard and expensive and impossible.
But the point is, it has to be something done, and how are they going, and right, so that's the problem. Visa would have to do it, MasterCard would have to do it, American Express or whatever would have to do it. And at this point, there's no impetus to do it unless we see what happens in Illinois. So that's one concern.
Well, if I could, just on Illinois, the Illinois court, the one thing they did decide is Visa, MasterCard, the credit card networks that are not banks have no claim to federal preemption whatsoever. They said during the litigation they would hold, and the big national banks wouldn't have to do anything. But Visa and MasterCard, they said they're subject to the law. They don't get preemption. There's no question on Visa and MasterCard. So it can all go forward.
Okay, but the national banks may be issuing cards, and they do or do not have to do it at this point.
They have a stay in Illinois for now, but Visa and MasterCard doing it is enough, and the law can go forward that way.
Well, that's your opinion. Okay, so the next part of that is that we have differences here, as mentioned in the fiscal note, between our state chartered banks versus the national banks. That's another issue for us, and that's another impact to small businesses, because a state chartered bank is a small business compared to our national bank. So what's the impact, you think, to them?
So again, if Visa and MasterCard make sure the amount isn't charged, it's the same for national and state charter banks, even though the national banks.
So again, that's something we are expecting Visa to MasterCard to do, which is not being done. So you have something you want to go forward with, but we have no implementation plan, no way to say that this is going to be better for our small businesses. So I guess I would like to hear from others. Why do you think that's something we should entertain? All of you who represent small businesses.
Well, I interpreted the meaningful impact to small business in the fiscal note as a positive meaningful, because.
But you got to read it.
Yes. Our hope from the retail perspective is that this would allow small businesses to keep more of their revenue in their pocket. When they have to pay the processing fee on the sales tax, they are remitting the sales tax back to the state. So they are paying to process money that they have collected that they are not keeping as revenue. So then they have to reach into their own pockets and take from their revenue to pay to process that sales tax. So by making the subtraction, they would be able to retain that money.
And I guess if you read the whole thing, it starts off saying that, but then it negates it with all the other implementation issues. So again, without having some balance of how this is going to benefit us, this is truly one of those things where, with that expression, the squeeze is not worth the juice, seems to fit into that. Any thoughts?
Yes, and thank you very much for the question. We certainly do appreciate it. And our understanding of the court decision on the preliminary injunction is that Visa and MasterCard would still have to comply with this. It's just the national banks who would be preempted under the federal law. And so as we understand it, this would still be able to move forward. And Maryland is not in the same circuit as Illinois. And so this doesn't preclude the Maryland General Assembly from passing this legislation. And the way the bill was drafted would allow for the business to exclude sales tax and gratuity either through the transaction, or they could do it after the fact. If for some reason the technology does not allow for that, within 180 days after the transaction, they could submit through their acquirer or the acquirer's designee the tax documentation for the sales tax and gratuity, so they can get that money back, the amount paid in interchange on sales tax and gratuity after the fact. So there's flexibility, and the business doesn't have to do it. They could do nothing and still continue to pay sales tax interchange and gratuity interchange.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's posed for the gentleman second to the end. Just a quick question. You mentioned an amendment that you may offer, and if I missed it, I apologize, but would that be an amendment that would make it more palatable to the potential opposition to this legislation? Because I'm assuming there will be opposition. And what is that amendment that if you're able to share?
I'm going to let Mr. Thompson explain that one, if you don't mind. Melchior.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you very much for asking that question. And we are working on amendments. We hope to have them to the committee by the end of this week. And a couple of them are more technical amendments. On page 4 of the bill, the definition regarding tax and gratuity documentation. We're also adding to that definition that documentation means documentation or data, because we're talking about the transmission of data. And so we think that that further clarifies the definition there. And then on page 5 of the bill, we're making some changes regarding paragraph 3 there, where it says a merchant that does not transmit the tax and the gratuity documentation in accordance with paragraph 2 of this subsection. And we want to add as part of the authorization or settlement process, because that's really where it's happening initially. And then in the next paragraph, subparagraph 2 under paragraph 3, within 30 days after a merchant submits the tax and gratuity documentation under subparagraph 1 of this paragraph, the issuer or the payment card network shall credit the merchant the amount of the interchange fees. And we think it's important to put or credit card network, because that means that Visa and MasterCard would also be responsible for crediting the merchant, just as they're responsible for making sure that that information is not part of the transaction initially in the first place. And so we're trying to make this language a little more consistent. And then towards the end there, regarding line 24 in the bill, where it talks about the amount of the penalty, we're also adding, in addition to the penalty for not crediting the merchant for submitting the documentation within 180 days, they would also have to refund the merchant. And that is language that is consistent with what the Illinois law says. And we think that was just a drafting error, because we did have that in the model language that we submitted to bill drafting. So some minor changes that we hope to submit to the committee for your consideration, but I just wanted to talk through them here since we had the opportunity.
Okay, I appreciate that, Melvin.
Certainly.
I do also appreciate that you feel that I could comprehend that all in one sitting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
We
write
will
that down
be-
that quickly. So if you would kindly, it doesn't have to be formal, but just so I could review
Certainly.
that, I would greatly appreciate it.
And we will be following up to meet with committee members regarding this issue.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Delegate Morgan, thanks for the bill. I guess I'm just going to ask a probing question, which is what is it that we're trying to solve? What is the problem that we're trying to get at? And I'm saying that with all due respect. I'm a retailer, so I have credit card processing as part of my business. So I'm just trying to ask that question first, and then I'll kind of go from there.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. What we're trying to find a way to do is try to find a way to make business easier and more friendly in the state of Maryland.
Okay.
Quite frankly, when you take the 3% on sales tax revenue, that doesn't benefit the consumer. It's really not benefiting the merchant. In your business, it probably doesn't benefit you having to collect that extra money, pass it through when you could probably maybe in a better way, move it back to your own employees, pay raises, capital expenses you want to be able to do. Those are things that I think make this bill a good one for Maryland. And as I said previously, it doesn't affect Maryland's sales tax revenue. I mean, the big picture, that big swipe fee still goes on the major part of the purchase. So the credit card companies and the banks, they're not hurting because they're still collecting the 3% on the principal. It's the sales tax and the gratuity piece that I'm trying to address here that might put a little bit more money back into your company's pockets and your employees' pockets.
So, I mean, I'm an employer, I'm a business owner. Taxes are frankly nothing more, nothing less than the cost of doing business. It's the same thing that I have when I've got material costs or labor input costs. When I think about gratuities, I don't have gratuities as my business model, but again, if you're going to be in the restaurant business, it's a cost of doing business. So I guess if you take a step back for a minute and just say, what burden does a credit card company have in obligating itself to consider my cost of doing business differently depending on what category of cost that ends up being? You would be right to assume I've got some concerns about that. But before I ask you the next question, do you generally agree that taxes were never my money to begin with? It's a cost of goods no different than material cost and et cetera, because if you and I agree on that, I think my next question is going to be a little bit more straightforward, but I just thought I would maybe set some groundwork.
I believe taxes are part of the cost of doing business. Yeah. However, I do not believe that the swipe fee being applied to the tax is an appropriate cost of business, as I do not believe that a swipe fee on a gratuity is a cost of doing business.
So, yeah, all right, so for that, you and I mean, look, I agree that it's a cost of doing business. You wake up every day, you're going to do it. Now, here's my point. For me, as a business owner, if I'm disgusted with or frustrated with a cost, I shop it, right? I mean, that's one way for me to if my insurance prices are too high and I get ticked off, I'm going to go price out insurance to get a better price. And I generally recognize that interchange fees are not only negotiable, because they are negotiable, but they are also, shoppable. In other words, I can go into the marketplace, and whether I go to a different bank or I go to a different processor, I can get a better rate. And I know that because I do it, right? I mean, so my company, I'm not willing to share what my line item is for the expense of swiping credit cards, but I view it as completely a cost that I can control to the extent that I can. So here's my question, because I believe that to be a statement of fact, not one of. So if the bill passes, and it's true that the prices are negotiable, these fees are flexible depending on whatever metric you want to use, whether it's I'm shopping or whether it's because one company's got a better rate than another, why couldn't a company then take a bill after this passes and says, you know what, we're going to raise our interchange fee by, 0.06%. In other words, you're not going to hurt the company that's offering the credit card product. They've got their cost of doing business, and I would say that they're going to make their money coming or going. What I do think is going to happen is that you're going to complicate what is now a very simple transaction, which is swipe a card. As a business owner, for that convenience, you're going to have to pay a fee. And not to be difficult, but this bill, if its aim is to help small businesses, I can sit down in a small business summit roundtable and talk about 100 different ways that you can help businesses with interchange fees. I mean, for example, I'll take an additional one. It is cheaper to have a card physically presented to the machine than it is to take a credit card payment over the phone.
Correct.
And I'm not talking about just a small percentage. I'm saying that it is a dramatic difference. That's just one example. I mean, let me just close by saying this. Would you agree generally that these credit card companies, notwithstanding this bill's passage or not, will quickly figure out how to recover their costs because they're going to view it as being not their responsibility to consider these costs anything other than what happens when you swipe that card and how much money you plug into that machine?
I think,
Go ahead.
I think at the end of the day, when you look at profit margins, the industry will find a way to make their profit margins regardless at the expense of the consumer at expense of the small business. What I'm trying to figure out a way to do here with my, with the experts in this is try to find a more palatable situation that the merchants and the consumers can profit. We do have a cap, I believe, in Maryland on swipe fees. I think it's at 4%, just as this, I don't know, for this committee or somebody a number of years ago capped interest rates at 18%, whereas many people in the industry are charging 25, 27%.
So
Go ahead.
If I could, Delegate.
Well, no, that's actually not. So the good delegate and I are friendly. We know each other. I'm asking honest questions, and I've not concluded my position on the bill, and I may have questions for the other side as well. I just thought it was worth having a business owners conversation with the bill sponsor to make sure I captured it. So I think I've done that.
That's fine. Thank you. But go ahead.
Can I, so
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a simple question. So for the merchants that pass the swipe fee on to the customer, does the bill also restrict the merchant from including tax and tips on that surcharge? Just want to make sure the benefit would pass on to the consumer.
I do not believe that that is in the bill because we have seen numerous merchants, because the swipe fees are so high, that they're now adding, if you're going to pay with a credit card, they're charging that swipe fee to you directly. And many, it's sort of a yin and a yang that, some places don't take cash anymore. Some people just want credit cards. And then that 3% has been added on. I think one of our members of this committee, they're adding 3% now. I think it was Galway Bay. They're adding 3% to every charge if you use a credit card, just trying to pass the money, to try to get them a little bit more of a benefit against the swipe fee costs that are being imposed upon them.
So as written, the bill wouldn't allow the credit card company to collect on tax and gratuity, but it would allow the merchant to pass that cost. It would allow him to collect it on the tax and gratuity, but not the credit card company, correct?
I don't think so.
So he could charge 3% on the whole bill, but you're saying the credit card company can't?
Yeah, so, yeah, what we see, merchants are subject to the consumer protection law in Maryland, both the disclosure piece and fairness and unfair trade practices. And so when they do consumer pricing, they are very highly regulated in that. And we see, as Melvin pointed out, those profit margins are extremely narrow, 3 to 5%, different than the 30% bank profit margins. And so, yeah, the bill does not regulate what the merchants do with their pricing, but they're already regulated under the consumer protection law.
But they're not restricted from charging their fee on the tax and gratuity, just clear on that, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on what Delegate Adams was saying, Delegate Morgan, I understand the premise of the bill, I understand what you're doing, but who sets that rate, that 3%? Who sets that?
That is, to me, that rate has been established by the credit card companies. However, it's variable because of, as I use the example, Walmart, Target, because they deal with such volume, they're able to negotiate their own rates with the credit card companies, whereas the smaller merchants don't have nearly that kind of flexibility.
Okay, did you mention something about a cap on that? Did you say?
I believe that the cap in Maryland on swipe fees is 4%. I could be wrong, but I think I read that somewhere during my research. Just as I know that that interest rates in Maryland is capped at 18%.
Yeah, so there is no cap on the swipe fees, just on the consumer credit card fees. There's 3 buckets of fees that merchants pay, and so it's important to recognize what the bill hits on and what it doesn't. So there's the interchange fee that Visa and MasterCard set that goes to the bank, and all those banks charge that same schedule of interchange fees. Visa and MasterCard add their own fees on top of that, network fees. And then there's a processing fee that merchants pay to their own bank or their own processor. That last piece is the only piece, as the delegate mentioned before, that piece is the only one that can be shopped around and negotiated. The bill deals with the interchange fee that Visa and MasterCard set for the bank that gives the consumer their card. That can't be shopped around. That's not different. It's a national schedule that's the same for all banks across the country. And that's why it's important here to deal with it, because there is no relief, there's no shopping around, there's nothing the merchant can do.
I would agree with, I agree with, we need to do something. I'd like to see something done, but I really do believe that if, in my business, if something increases somewhere or I lose $1 here, I need to make that dollar up because I have a profit I need to make. You know, standard profit in certain industries is set. And if you can't control that rate, then I would agree with something the delegate said, that I'll just sit down and find my way to bump that up to a little bit. And you know what? The competition is there and people will still see that. Those are the people in control of this. So I'm not sure you're winning anything here other than you're eventually going to be paying more.
Well,
Isn't that so?
The problem is there is no competition on the interchange fee.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They can do whatever they want.
That's right. And so they're going to raise these fees no matter what, whether you do the bill or not.
My point is they haven't. And they're, you know, they're looking at this. And that's where I'm concerned about the bill, where you're going to give them a reason to do this. And I can promise you they will do it.
But they'll do it anyway. That's the problem. And the
Again,
bill,
I submit they're not doing it right now, and they will do it anyway as their profit margins shrink. And I don't know, I think you're just going to get ahead of the point a little bit. And I'm not, like I say, I'm still looking at the bill. I haven't read it all the way and don't understand all the dynamics, but I'd like to hear the other side. But I just think I know business, and business will do that if they can do it and survive to survive. But thank you for your answer.
and we're happy to give you, other regulators have studied exactly that question because it does come up every time.
Okay.
And it's different here in a non-functional
We got to move on,
market.
guys. Again,
thank you.
we can take some of this offline if need be. Steve is always causing problems in this committee, but no. Appreciate that questions, obviously, Steve. Thank you. But I just want to make sure we don't miss anybody. Delegate Harrison.
Thank you. And my question is specifically for Mr. Thompson in the restaurant industry. First of all, thank you so much for how clearly and loudly you speak into the mic. I know you have a DJ voice, but that's a little different.
Thank you very much.
But it is helpful to be able to hear you very well, and I'm sitting right here. My question actually is similar to Delegate Wyville in that the restaurants in themselves are passing on, in many cases, I don't know about all, but many of them are passing on a fee for using a credit card. First of all, almost no one uses cash anymore. Is there a disclosure? Because somebody mentioned disclosure up here. Is there a disclosure to the consumer, to the when I go to the restaurant? I've never seen anyone say, okay, we're going to charge you 3% because you're using a credit card on here. First of all, it's not on your website, it's not on your menus, it's not on anything. So you think you're paying $30 for a meal, but you're paying $30 plus. And as I understand it, that is also, that fee is on top of the tax. Is that correct, first of all? And secondly, if this were to happen, will the restaurants then take that fee off? If this is to pass, will you take that fee off so that the consumer who's coming in to have a nice meal will have a better idea of what they're going to be paying? Or are you going to disclose it? Because I think that's just as equally as important to let individuals know that they will be charged a fee. Some places you go, some services you go to that you utilize, they tell you up front, credit card is 3% fee. I've never seen that in a restaurant, so that's my question to you.
And thank you very much for the question, Delegate. That allows me to clarify. There are restaurants that do impose surcharging for use of a credit card. And the reason they're doing this is because of what we heard during the hearing. These fees have increased so much for them that they have such a narrow profit margin, they have to be able to recoup that cost. And a lot of restaurants don't want to pass that on in the form of menu price increases because it's very competitive in our industry and they don't want to appear that they're increasing their menu prices. Restaurants want to remain affordable to the communities that they serve. And so what they've decided to do instead is to add a surcharge. Now, in Maryland, that surcharge, as I think Delegate Morgan was referring to, can't exceed 4%. That's the surcharge, and that's according to information that comes from the Attorney General's office. But that 4% isn't really applicable in Maryland because if you surcharge, you have to get permission and you follow the rules of the card brands. Visa and MasterCard have their own rules for surcharging, and so you've got to work with Visa, MasterCard, and your processor to make sure if you're surcharging, you're doing that within the rules. And surcharging is only allowed on credit cards, not debit cards. And so I think that's very important. And the Maryland Attorney General's office does say if you impose a service charge, then it has to be disclosed to the customer either on the menu or in some way before the purchase.
I would argue that that's not happening. And I would also, there was something that you said earlier, and because I don't want to take up too much time, and I can't remember now, I'll talk to you offline.
Certainly.
Because age. So, but I would just say that, you know, the surcharge, and I'm really only talking about restaurants in particular, is a challenge for many consumers. And because it's not disclosed until the time they get their bill. And so, but thank you for clarifying that it's only on credit and not debit cards, and so we can talk more offline. Thank you.
Okay, and Delegate, the last part of your question, would restaurants get rid of that surcharge if this bill were to pass? I would let the restaurant operator answer that question, or we can meet with you later to discuss that.
All right, thank you. I believe that's all the questions for this panel. We do have one more favorable, Kirk McCauley. And it doesn't hurt to say me too at this late of the hour, but if you have something to add, I'd love to hear it.
Name's Kirk McCauley. I represent convenience stores, service stations, and repair shops in Maryland. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, this bill would help very small. A very small amount. It's only on the tax, not on the purchase price, just the tax. It would be very simple to calculate. You know what you send to the comptroller every month. That figure can go right to your the processor to credit you for that amount. The gratuities, I don't know how they'd figure it, but I'm sure they got it figured out to where they can do it. But in our case, where we're not talking about gratuities, the tax on a product would be very simple to figure out. And in our case, it's 46.10 cents on every gallon of gasoline that we're paying gratuities on. Or not gratuities, but tax on. Now, the tax is a small amount, but it really adds up when you're talking about every gallon of gasoline or every gallon of diesel that our people pay. And as far as you pass that back along to the customer, you know, we're required to put a price on the street. We have the most competitive business in the world. You have to put your price up there for everybody to see. So competition keeps your price down. You can't just take money and put it in your pocket and not worry about your price. So we constantly worry about a price, and that's why we constantly have to worry about every little detail. Most of my businesses are independents. They're small. They can't go out and negotiate fees like a Walmart can or a big chain store. They don't have the juice to go out there and negotiate. They can try, and they might get some success, but not to the success. So they play closer to 3% most of the time. Thank you.
Mr. McCauley, thank you. Quick question for you, and I wanted to ask the retailers or merchants this, but I guess I'll ask you, right? In your organization, and I don't know the answer, so I'm legitimately asking, right, do you have small independents along with larger chains? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any fear, if the bill were to pass, that it would benefit the larger chains at the behest of the smaller independent chains?
No, none whatsoever.
Okay.
I mean, look, the credit card companies, Master and Visa, they're making hundreds of billions of dollars. They're going to obviously getting every penny they can get every day. This is not going to keep them from raising their prices. Whether we do this or not, they're going to put their price where they want until y'all or the other states put a fee. Our interchange fees are 7 times higher than in Europe. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean,
because we let them get away
I'm
with
not
it.
up here like, I got no mercy for the big banks. I got no mercy for Visa or MasterCard. Don't care about them.
No, but the
I do
big
have a
and
heart
little,
for the community
it'll
bank and the
benefit the
credit
little
unions.
just as well as it
With the big
benefit the
banks
big.
and Visa,
Absolutely.
whatever. I also, on the opposite side, the mom and pop store, I think, we have to think about them in relation to Walmart and Target, right? Like, I don't have a heart for those people either.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just kind of how it is. And in today's society, I mean, I don't carry cash. I don't carry a credit card. I double click the top right button in my phone and it scans my face and I hit it no matter what. And I am concerned a little bit just to try to make sure we think this all the way through because we want to help out small businesses, specifically Maryland small businesses. Specifically, the constituents in my area that brought me the bill. I want to make sure that we're doing justice by them. And it's not just a benefit or a throwaway to the larger businesses.
This will benefit the small business that I represent, for sure, just as much as the big ones.
Okay. Next, we'll go to two people from my area. Sonny, you want to start? Sorry, I should probably
I'd like to thank,
do this a little bit more professional.
Delegate Morgan and you for bringing this bill up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sahil Malhotra. Sonny, what's up? Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you for having me here. So after listening to everybody, I feel like there is a slight disconnect in terms of what we are trying to present in the bill. In my opinion, I think the cost of doing business and paying a processing fee for the goods and services sold that in turn become the revenue to the business is understandable, but paying a cost from a business perspective simply to collect money that will be a pass-through to the state or to the other employees of the business, there is no reason why a business should be charged a fee for that. If the fees that is being suggested to be waived is not for the entire processing, but in my opinion, from my understanding, it's strictly for the tax, which is a complete 100% pass-through, or the server's tip, which is also a 100% pass-through. There is no reason with all the taxes that are already imposed on small businesses, we have this additional fees that is being imposed on businesses strictly to collect revenue that is not even a revenue for us, but money for the state of Maryland and money that becomes an income for its tipped employees. Continuing the fees for what becomes a revenue for the business makes perfect sense. So I would suggest reconsidering and hopefully showing the favorable response to this bill.
Sonny, thank you. Two quick questions for you. One, to confirm, because there have been some amendments, you are good and are okay that gratuity stays into the bill, correct? If I understood your testimony.
The fees on the gratuity should not be charged.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. That's the first. The second, kind of a question as I'm sitting here as a business owner. Unfortunately, I spend way too much time in QuickBooks and with accountants, as I'm sure you do the same. I guess what would your response be to the fact that, when I go in there, bank fees are an expense that I can write off? And I guess kind of just addressing that portion of I guess as a business owner and you're trying to account for your expenses, you can write this stuff off. So what would the counter to that be?
What you can write off, the amount that you're writing off is strictly against cost of goods sold and cost of services produced, right? The write-off is against revenue to the business. Collecting sales tax is not a revenue to the business. Collecting tips for the servers is not a revenue to the business. So even it is, for example, if a cost of goods sold would be 18%, adding all of these fees essentially is just increasing the cost of goods sold for the business, which I don't think is fair for the business owners.
Don't you use that as expense, the operating expense?
Yeah, I would think that is an operating expense, right? Like, I'm not really sure. I don't know that I necessarily follow, but we can follow up offline.
The operating expense is, for example, if your check is $50, the tax on that is, for example, $3, and you're leaving a $10 tip. The 3.5% on the $50 check is an operating expense.
So you can't write off. So if let's just say you leave a $5 tip, the total bill is $55, and I got a 3.5% surcharge hit on the full 55, you can only write off 3.5% on $50? Is that what you're saying?
Say that one more time. It's essentially increasing the cost of the goods sold, right? So for example, if it's a $50 tab, you leave a $5 tip. Technically, for the revenue that's being for the business, again, you have to understand, in the long run with businesses, the margins have completely slashed since COVID, right? Cost of goods have drastically gone up. So at this point, I agree you can do the expense, but expense only comes into the picture if your revenue is big enough for it to be written against. There are so many businesses struggling since COVID that for somebody that's collecting $100,000 sales tax, there is no reason why I should be paying 3.5% for a $100,000 sales tax that's directly going to the state of Maryland.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I guess the question, we can follow up offline. So I appreciate it. It's good to see you, man. I hope you get into some heat. You obviously look freezing. So, but good to see you, and I'll see you down there at Bollywood soon enough, man. Joe Curley? Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Joe Curley from the Rex in Leonardtown, Maryland. I'd like to thank Delegate Morgan for coming to
Hey, Curley, real quick, man. Can you just throw on your camera?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'd like to thank Delegate Morgan for coming to the assistance of the small business. In listening to everybody in there, I think a lot has been lost from one side to another. You can pass on the fee to the customer and you can put it on the receipt at the end, but that creates a friction between you and your customer. Or you can bury it into the burger that you're selling them, and the inflation there builds friction between you and the customer. As far as reporting, we have to every day do sales tax and what percentage we pay on alcohol versus food, and what we're paying in gratuity and what we're paying to the state. I can't imagine that Visa or MasterCard would have a hard time figuring it out when we do it on a daily basis. I think the other point would be when you're asking us to pay for these transaction fees, if we were to pass them on to our servers and their gratuity and tell them it's going to come out of your check, how would we be viewed? And if it's no big deal, if we were to ask the state of Maryland to pick them up on their sales tax, how would that go over? So I think that you can talk about it being irrelevant or being able to be written off, but it's only considered no big deal because we're taking care of it. The harder we work, the more Maryland and these companies pick up from us.
You beat the buzzer, Curly. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Seeing no questions, that concludes the favorable. We'll go to the unfavorable. Evan Richards, David Richardson, Steve Rauschenberger, Margaret Durkin, and John Brzaskis. And Bob, you might as well grab a chair. Don't feel left out. Sorry, Robert Etten. you want to show them how it's done, Bob? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robert Etten on behalf of the Maryland
You need a mic, Bob.
I'm sorry.
Long-time
Robert Etten on
listener,
behalf of the
first-time
Maryland
caller.
Bankers Association. This is a hugely important bill for the Maryland banking industry, and we are vehemently, with all due respect to the sponsors, opposed to it. I want to start out by just telling you that we have an expert here today that works on this issue around the country. He signed up. His name is Stephen Rauschenberger. He's with the Electronic Payment Coalition, and I would urge you to ask the questions that you asked the other panel to him, because he knows the answers to them. I frankly don't. I want to point out that in the state of Maryland, today we have about 40 banks. Maybe 6 or 7 of them are large national banks. All the rest of those banks are state-chartered banks. When this bill passed in the state of Illinois, there was a lawsuit brought, and the court, on that lawsuit, issued a preliminary injunction saying clearly and categorically that that law, which is the same as what you've got in front of you, cannot apply to national banks. Cannot. So we have 6 national banks, but in all of your districts, you have community banks, and they depend on the income that comes from these cards to exist. When I started representing the Maryland Bankers Association 38 years ago, we had 140 banks in the state of Maryland. Today, we have 40. But we still have banks in your districts and your communities that your citizens rely on, particularly where some of the larger national banks don't have branches. I would ask you to please look at the fiscal note, and the fiscal note reinforces what I just said. It says, additionally, it is unclear the bill only applies to state-chartered financial institutions. It does not. It applies to all financial institutions. I would finally only say to you that I would urge you in the strongest possible terms to consider that no state in the country has this law in effect, not one. And if you think it's not going to be a tremendous issue to implement this just for the state of Maryland, okay, then I think that you need to reconsider that opinion. We're very much opposed, and we thank you. We hope you'll vote unfavorable on this bill.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a technology trade association. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to speak today in opposition to House Bill 29 on interchange fees. Some of TechNet's members have differing perspectives on this issue. I am here to speak today on the concerns that I have been made aware of, and some of our members are the subject matter experts, so if there are any technical in nature questions I can't answer, I'm happy to follow up with the committee. The existing system for card payments is safe and reliable, and this bill will disrupt the shopping experience for consumers in Maryland. Frankly, systems don't support the mandate of this bill and are only able to recognize the final purchase amount and can't exclude multiple amounts, such as taxes. It's cost prohibitive and nearly impossible to comply with, especially for those businesses out of state who may have businesses here in Maryland. There are many implications of the bill, and I will touch on a couple of them. The first would be that should this bill pass, when a consumer goes to shop, they will have to first pay for the underlying purchase with their method of choice, credit card, cash, check, and then the sales tax will have to be paid via cash or check only. This will make for an untenable user experience. The other option is that establishments will have to provide much more details than necessary about a consumer's shopping habits. So should this bill pass, an establishment would have to report on the name of their store, the exact location, and the items that a consumer purchased. The liability in this bill is also burdensome for our member companies, and as mentioned by other people, no other state or jurisdiction currently has this in place. These bills have been introduced for 17 years now, and the only place that has passed it is Illinois, and as people said, it is under litigation. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm John Bratzakis, President of the Maryland DC Credit Union Association. I just would like to highlight a few items that are in our testimony and reinforce that the current system ensures that interchange fees support a secure, efficient, and reliable payment infrastructure that benefits all stakeholders. I would also like to point out a few things about interchange, and that interchange rates have remained virtually the same for several years. The discussion that was had about the increase in interchange cost is not because of the increase in cost or the rate, but rather the amount of goods that are being purchased via plastic or through terminals, through electronic payment. In fact, during COVID, Visa lowered interchange rates during that period of time. So I would also like to point out that issuers, our credit unions, banks here in Maryland bear significant liability and losses due to fraud. In fact, in Maryland credit unions, over the last several years, have lost millions of dollars in card fraud. Over the past 2 decades, as it's been mentioned, 31 other states, 31, have tried to pass this bill, with only Illinois doing it, and we've already talked about the challenges that are going on there. In fact, the OCC, the Office of Comptroller of Currency, has already stated that the bill is ill-conceived, highly unusual, and largely unworkable. A similar bill in Georgia was referred to a study which resulted in the recommendation to the General Assembly that they consider increasing the reimbursement to merchants for the collection of sales tax as opposed to waiving sales tax on, or interchange on sales tax. And while proponents state that this will lead to savings to consumers, there's no evidence that this would be the case. And in fact, the Federal Reserve showed in a report from the 2000 Dodd-Frank bill that on debit card interchange, none of that savings was passed on to consumers, and there's no reason to believe that this would also. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we request an unfavorable review by the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Evan Richards. I'm the head of government community affairs for the Maryland Bankers Association. I really don't have much to add here. I just want to make sure, reiterate the importance of what community banks mean to the communities they serve. Got to remember, these are not your mega banks. These are the ones who are serving those small communities in Western Maryland and the Eastern Shore. Think of the thriving downtown Frederick. The majority of those businesses that line those city streets bank with a community bank. This is who this bill will impact. The community banks have made such a great stride over the past several decades to continue serving customers who grew up in their communities. It's very easy to move away from one of these communities and switch to a mega bank. They don't have to do that anymore. These banks continue to serve these customers throughout their entire life. So, at the end of the day, as you consider this legislation, it's important to remember that this is going to have an extremely burdensome impact on those community banks that your constituents, love very deeply.
Hello, good evening. Hopefully I round things up and it'll be under 2 minutes. My name is David Richardson. I work for Southwest Airlines. And Southwest Airlines is a major merchant in this state. We process millions of credit card transactions. But I'm here on behalf of our customers, our consumers who value their Southwest Rapid Rewards program, the Rapid Rewards credit card. For hundreds of thousands of Marylanders, middle class, working class, this credit card is their vacation. They use the Rapid Rewards points by far for personal use. And just a few data points. BWI Marshall handled over 27 million customers last year, which is amazing with a state of 6 million people. And Southwest, with about 19 million of those were Southwest customers. And about 14% of those travelers fly on a free flight, a Rapid Rewards flight. And again, this is mainly discretionary leisure travel. And we connect people to places where they want to go. And so on their behalf, we're here to oppose this legislation. The system works. I just want to echo what the prior witnesses have testified and respectfully ask for your opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the last testifier, Steve Rauschenberger, and I'll be as brief as I can. I'm a recovering state senator from the state of Illinois. I served from 1992 to 2007. I served with President Obama. He actually owes me a carton of cigarettes. I'm a smoker. He used to follow me out to the smoking patio and bum off me because he told his wife he didn't smoke. What we have today in America is a world-class payment system. It's a global system that works anywhere in the world. You can swipe your card in Buenos Aires in less than 5 or 6 seconds. You've got an authorized purchase to make. The conversion's done for you between currencies. This is a system that the rest of the world envies. The Europeans have been trying for the last 5 years to develop their own competitive system, but the costs here are so low in the United States that in the Visa, MasterCard banking system that they haven't been able to develop their own. There's been some misconceptions. The federal judge said that the national banks and the national home loans and perhaps likely the national credit unions are preempted from the bill. But what that means is, since they're the ones that collect interchange, you can't collect interchange from MasterCard and Visa because they're the networks. They provide the rails on which the transaction rolls. The card is issued by, the credit risk is taken by, the fraud risk is assumed by the issuing bank, which could be a Maryland bank, could be a national bank, could be a foreign bank. So, you know, you've heard about half the story, and we'd love to come back. And the electronic payment system would like you to know everything you want to know about how this system works, because we should be very proud of it. Think of where we would have been during the pandemic if we wouldn't have had the electronic payment system to support small businesses and restaurants. So, you know, we only get a couple minutes today. I know you've got a lot on your agenda. You've all been very patient. I've learned an awful lot about applying for veterans benefits. And we're happy to come back and really tell you more about how the system works and why mucking with the system for a vanity bill in one state is really the wrong approach for a global system. But I appreciate all your patience and your work today.
Delegate Morgan is well-intentioned with the legislation. As a business owner, it's not lost on me that anywhere we can save money, it's important that we do that, especially in this economy. Plus, moving forward over the next handful of years, I think our economy is going to be more difficult for small businesses. However, I'm just going to make a generic statement. I'll share this with Todd as well. But you know, I've literally on December got a letter from one of my small community banks, and it's thanking me for being a loyal customer, informing us about an exciting upgrade that they are making regarding their merchant service program, which is what we're sort of talking about here. We've partnered with a new provider offering competitive pricing, additional innovative products, improve customer service. And the point is, at the end, they say, we want to contact you to offer a free quote for your processing. The only point I'm making out of all this is that your banks, you're representing the interests, in, aside from Southwest, of you being competitive in the marketplace. In other words, your interests are, we want to be competitive in the marketplace. I would rather view this bill through the lens of, there are many ways for businesses to go about winning margin, and coming to this particular conclusion that we're going to be able to do it by saving a small percentage of the 6% sales tax. I believe you would agree generally that your members would prefer to buy market share by getting in front of these customers who are perhaps feeling like they are spending more than they should on their fees and their expenses, and talking to one of your local providers. Isn't that so?
Let me just say this, Delegate Adams, that we've all been doing this for a while now. And the one thing I think in this committee, maybe more than any other committee, knows that there is no free lunch. And everybody, today, in today's world, nobody carries cash. People pay with their credit cards. There's not going to be any free lunch. And if you're going to limit the amount of money that the bank can recover by providing this service to merchants and to restaurants, and they would not be able to survive without this service, obviously, because nobody pays in cash anymore, then it's going to come back in some fashion. It's going to come back in a different fee. It's going to come back as a charge to the credit cards. As the gentleman from Southwest said, it's going to come back on the rewards. So I think your points are well taken, but this is an expense of doing business. This is a business-to-business transaction. It is not a consumer issue. It's a business-to-business transaction. And we're hearing from the small businesses. I didn't see Walmart at the table today. I didn't see Home Depot at the table today. I didn't see Costco at the table today. Just think of the amount of money that they are going to make if you pass this bill. Because once again, nobody pays for cash anymore. And why in the world, should the expense of processing this, and for the community banks that struggle and they try to hold on to this as a way that they can continue to stay alive, be banned by the state of Maryland? It's not banned by any other state in the country.
All right, seeing no further questions, we did have a favorable witness who was, there's a little bit of miscommunication here. They were in the waiting room. So we'll go to the final witness of the day. If you could bring her up. I think it's Holly. Yep, Holly sorry, ma'am, Dekarsky?
Dekarsky, it's okay.
Dekarsky, I put a French twist on it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Holly Dekarsky, and I am the Executive Director for the Easton Economic Development Corporation in Easton, Maryland. I am here on behalf of our Main Street program and the businesses that make up our district, and we are in support of HB 29. Several of our local businesses have sent letters of support for this bill. I would like to read a small excerpt from one of them. I think that would be helpful in educating everyone on how small businesses view this problem. And I quote, "We have 4 locations spread across Easton, Annapolis, and Chestertown. Last year, we collected and remitted a combined $69,000 in sales tax for the state of Maryland. In doing so, we were assessed roughly $1,800 in processing fees. The collection, tracking, administration, filing, remittance of the sales tax does divert effort and attention away from the management of our operations. It is also unnecessary and unfair for us to have to be assessed additional fees while supporting sales tax collection efforts for the state of Maryland," unquote. The debate of credit card fees in general has grown since the pandemic, as has been mentioned by numerous people today. Part of the cost of doing business has increased for our independent businesses, and they have looked for ways to mitigate those expenses and attempt to not significantly raise costs to their customers. They have faced increases greatly since the pandemic in shipping costs, cost of products, cost of utilities, insurance, rent, and of course, staff wages. The use of credit cards for purchases has also grown, with the majority of purchase conducted via credit card. In 2020, many restaurants started to pass on the credit card fees directly to the customer. Retail up until this point has not really explored doing that, but this year they are starting to have that discussion and debating the possibility of following suit. Many of the shoppers in our downtown and in our similar main streets throughout the state of Maryland are tourists. They are visitors that are coming to visit the great Maryland towns. They pay for their lodging, their dining, and their retail purchases using credit cards. We don't want to turn away this tourism and this huge impact to our economy.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no further questions, this concludes this bill hearing and the hearings for today. I want to thank everybody, and just a reminder for the members, there is an event tonight at 6:30. Thank you.